Hello, is this working? Yeah, there we go. How's everybody doing? Sorry, I'm just adjusting the audio here. You hear me? Good morning, Kennedy. Shoal? There's a pirate? Thanks for coming out. T-Wolf! Good to see you, man. It's been like a week. Project Gnome, how you doing? Salute back at you. It was great to hear from you during the week, Project Gnome. And congrats on the progress of your project. Long ass week. Yeah, I bet it was for you. Moving sucks. You all settled? By the way, I was doing some testing while I was waiting to kick this off, and it looks like YouTube has like a 20-second delay, whereas Twitch is only like 5 seconds. I noticed whenever I create a YouTube stream with this new setup I have, it gives me the option of selecting normal latency, low latency, ultra low latency. I don't know if that controls the lag time. I'm gonna play with that next time, but just FYI. I did not know that. Yeah, settling in, and yeah, that's why I'm not on. I'm on Twitch. The delay is bad. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not suggesting people swap. I mean, use whatever you like, but I had some people messaging me about it, but I had never really tested it, so I tested it today. Just whenever I'm launching my stream, I have that timer, so that was a really easy way for me to load up the two different things and see like how far behind the timer was lagging. Crazy world, man. I assume everybody read the news this morning. I was like, damn. And it just so happens that somebody had sent me a link to something. I only got to watch the first couple minutes of it. I did want to watch it with you guys. But it's kind of related to what's going on. I don't know if that was the intent. But it was from the CEO of Anthropic. They're the ones behind Claude Code. I mean, in my mind, they are winning the AI race. And apparently they have been in ongoing talks with the Pentagon about the use of AI in national defense and war and all that kind of stuff. And that's what the video was about. I guess the deal fell through, like Anthropic backed out. I didn't watch the whole thing. It's like 20 minutes. I'm going to watch it with you all. Assuming you're interested. Yeah, pretty crazy, and we already got there later too, if you're talking about world news. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Kennedy. Is that confirmed? I know that, like, that was the target. I didn't know that was confirmed. Prepping some ribs to go into the oven, so I'll be running back and forth for a bit. Oh man, that sounds good. Trump confirmed it too now? Holy shit, are you serious? Heard someone was getting some Freedom DoorDash courtesy of the USA Navy. Oh, Nash. That's kind of funny. Honestly, I do not consider myself an expert on anything going on over there. That's for dang sure. I don't know a whole lot about anything, but just from the little bit that I had been paying attention, that guy certainly seemed like a douche. About all I know. I did watch, I was watching an interview last night? Actually, yeah, no, it was, so I pulled an all-nighter again, writing code. As you all know, I am freaking cracked out on developing this community platform. I was up again until 7 in the freaking morning. And just as I was laying down to go to bed, like the freaking sun was already coming up. And I'm like, man, it is going to be so hard to get to sleep now. And so I flipped on YouTube. And that's when I first saw like the clips popping up about the action that we had taken. I was like, what? And so I started watching those clips, which did not help me get to sleep, by the way. But Yeah, and there was an interview with somebody from Israel. I forget the guy's name. He didn't seem like a high-ranking guy in Israel, but anyway, he was talking about some of the crap this guy had done, and again, like I said, I don't follow it too close, but my eyes were just bugging out. Like, what the hell, man? It's just crazy to think like how bad things are in some parts of the world. Also, it depends on which network you watch, on whether or not it's confirmed. On how to tell his death, yeah. I haven't been watching any networks. I was getting ready for the stream. Before that, I was doing a little gaming. I have not been paying attention. Is that too dark if I turn that off? Freaking light's right in my eye. When we started evacuating people, I was like, it's only a matter of time. Oh, really? I didn't even know we were evacuating people. That's a little bit. I've been paying attention. Let me Google this though. Trump says Iranian Supreme Leader Al Khamenei. See, I didn't even know his name. Al Khamenei's dead. Iran has not confirmed his death. Announced it on Truth Social. It's insane that we have a presidential news coming out on Truth Social, but whatever. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah. See, I've heard his first name, but I've never heard his last name. Khamenei. I've always heard Ayatollah. Damn. Major joint attack. United States launched major combat operations in. Trump urged Iranians to take over your government when the strikes are over. The hour of your freedom is at hand. Iran responded by firing missiles at Israel as well as U.S. bases across the region in the United Arab Emirates. In an exclusive interview, the NBC News Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Iran was interested in de-escalation and willing to talk if the U.S. and Israel halted attacks. He told Trump that regime change was mission impossible. I mean, do you think, I don't know if you guys are following us closer than I am. Do you think that's even... I wonder if that's even within their power to determine. Because they were having protests and stuff. They've been having protests and stuff for a while now, haven't they? Like, aren't the people already fed up? It's on every news now. Some of the AI news coming out lately has been crazy. Yeah, Citizen, I wanted to look at some of that here shortly. Somebody just sent me a video this morning about some of the AI stuff going on. I don't know if you're talking about the AI and Pentagon news. We've been pulling people out of non-essential places for over a month. They're also targeting all missile sites and factories, and apparently we're going to take out their entire Navy again. Holy shit. It's because he got banned everywhere else. I mean, yeah. Because he can't give 2 seconds without starting an argument. Yeah, even Twitter banned him. Well, now that Elon owns Twitter, he got it back, didn't he? Didn't they give him his account back? I mean, they were friends, but I guess I don't know if they're friends anymore. Yeah, Pentagon. Yeah, we're gonna watch a video about that here in a little bit. I think it kind of relates to everything going on right now. You know, it's kind of good timing. I don't want to say good timing. That's a weird way of saying that, but if you haven't heard of Peter Joseph, you should. Very smart and forward-looking individual who would like to see a different future for humanity. I'll have to look him up. I've not heard of him. Is he in a position to actually make a difference? Ever seen the first time we took out everything? No, I didn't. I did not see it. When was that? I don't even know when that was. Was that recently? You guys are gonna quickly find out how much I don't pay attention to this shit. I mean, I cursory pay attention. Like I said, I saw it on YouTube. YouTube is basically my source of news. When stuff starts popping up on the feed, I know what the hell's going on then. Other than that, I don't spend a lot of time reading news. I'm not on social media much at all. I mean, YouTube is my social media, so I don't get news that way. I used to spend a lot of time on Twitter, but I don't anymore. Not for any real reason other than I don't know why I don't. Twitter used to be like my main news feed for like tech things. And I used to work for companies that encouraged me to post on there, but I don't know. I just kind of fell out of it. Fell out of the rhythm. Ukraine showed us U.S. doesn't even have to send troops to Iran. They'll just send Skynet. How did Iran show? How did the Ukraine show us that? Oh, 1988. Oh, it's a long time ago. Okay, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. Independent news is where it's at. A lot of good sources on YouTube. Yeah, I love YouTube for news. It's like, I mean, I'll get the big network news on YouTube, but you also get the boots on the ground, like people just volunteering doing it because they love it. You know what I mean? And I find that stuff great. Yeah, Skynet. I got what you mean. Yeah, I heard Ukraine was moving drone manufacturing to the UK. It's kind of smart on their part. Put the factories where your enemies aren't willing to bomb. There is the most recent video from Peter Joseph. It was supposed to be a proportional response, and we ended up sinking 3 of their main ships just because. Well, we seen. Yeah. Okay. Is Peter Joseph a YouTuber? Let me look this up. He's a filmmaker. Shit, you know you're getting old when like important people are younger than you. Oh, he did the Zeitgeist stuff. Yeah. Wait, I don't even know if I know what that is. The Venus Project. Model to develop a resource-based economy for human beings utilizing technology. Interesting. Formed an organization based on the idea that combining technology and energy conservation strategies unincorporated community in Southeast in order to conduct. Sorry, trying to freaking get a handle on what this is. So basically, they're trying to come up with some like harmonistic way of living on the planet. Can't believe this isn't linked. What is this all about? Global nonprofit sustainability advocacy organization founded in 2008 that argues for replacing the current monetary-based economic system with a resource-based economy. It advocates for applying the scientific method to social management to solve systemic issues like poverty and environmental collapse. I mean, interesting. I definitely think ideas like this should be heard. We can see the flaws in the current model for sure. You know what I mean? Everything's a trade-off. Like, I don't think there's any such thing as the perfect system. And I think the system we have definitely probably optimizes for I'd say the system we have probably optimizes for independence and freedom. But it certainly does not optimize for environmental impact or health of the planet or anything like that. Which makes sense, right? If you go back and like think about the genesis of this country and everything else, like, you know, where we're at makes sense. And tech. Who looks like RDJ? Vertical hydroponics will likely be the future of farming for food. Yeah. I don't want to hijack the stream. Ah, you're not hijacking the stream. I mean, I planned on looking at some of this today. Here, let's fire up this video I want to watch real quick. Star Citizen is going okay. I'm kind of taking a backseat on Star Citizen until 4.7's out. I cover Star Citizen a lot, and it dominates a lot of my channel and thoughts, but I'm not one of those people that wants to burn out on it. You know, there's been a lot of content creators over the years that I've watched who just try to play Star Citizen full time all the time, and then you end up getting the video from them like I'm burned out, I'm quitting. Like, that's not me. I know that someday I will be living in the verse. But that does not have to be during alpha. And during alpha, I'm going to play at a moderate pace. I'm going to take breaks whenever it sucks. I'm not going to, you know, push myself to live there yet. But that day's coming. You bought a copy today? What are you talking about? Nash, you have to tell me very clearly what you bought a copy of. I am not an Evo. I never got an invite.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, I did it. Okay, okay. All right. All that, you know what? I'm not even going to give you any shit. I'm happy to hear it. I look forward to flying with you. Right now in SC, the servers are rough. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, Project. I've been on like 6 different servers today. Yeah. I've heard. That's why I'm kind of... Well, to be fair, my games got blown the F. That is fair. That is fair. You definitely held out until they got blown the F up. If you want to dig into SC a little bit today, I posted a short interview with CR on the Discord, SC chat yesterday. Okay, yeah, we'll check it out. SC chat. Let me find it. Got it. Is this a recent interview with CR?
I would say.
Oh yeah, there you go. Sweet. Yeah, we'll check this out. I mean, PAX is a no. No, PAX is not the answer for me, so there you go. Dude, Star Citizen will be for everybody eventually, Nash. Trust me. Almost everybody. Definitely you. Fishing's coming, man. Fishing is coming. We'll check out the CR interview here in a minute. I want to watch this thing first. Let's check this out together. So this was an interview with the CEO of Anthropic. So if you don't know, Anthropic is the company behind Claude Code. In my mind, they are winning the AI race right now. Anthropic is the primary company I use for all the AI stuff that I'm doing. I have been iterating on the AI platform that I'm building here. I'll give you a little sneak peek here. This is a tool that I built. So as you know, I'm working on that community platform. This is a tool that I built to accelerate the development of that project. And you can see I have multiple work streams going here. I got one for the voice communications. Not ready to talk about that yet. The permissions UI I got a work stream for. Gateway, smart sharding, that has to do with performance and scaling. You see all these things are being worked on. They're all current phase is PR monitors. So after they ship the work, they open a pull request on GitHub. If you're not familiar with that, that's where you start getting feedback from things. And you can sit here and you can see everything, like how far along they are. You can see these things are all sitting at 37 out of 37. 40, these are the tasks, by the way. 43 out of 43, 14 out of 14, 60. So this one has one task not complete, and that's because they're in PR monitor phase, so feedback is coming in on the PRs. This is coming in from other bots and myself, right? So I'm leaving feedback on the PRs on things I want changed, and then these things react to it. So again, I'm acting like kind of a systems architect here, and I'm orchestrating all these fleets. And then eventually I'll come in here and I will integrate each one of these work streams into the main branch of code. And so anyway, this entire thing right here is powered by Claude Code. Hitman, I'm also a software engineer doing the same Grollo. Nice, Hitman. 2026 is going to be a wild year. Yeah. When you say you're doing the same, what do you mean? You talking about like multi-threading or kind of multitasking with Claude agents? What plan am I using? I am not using the $20 plan. I am definitely on the $200 max plan. As you can see, though, I'm in this application I built. I have totals here. So for each work stream, you can see what the total would have been if I was paying for the credits using their API instead of going through the max plan. So you can see that the max plan more than pays for itself. Like just this one task alone would have run me $270 in AI credits if I was doing pay as I go. So the max plan is a massive discount over what they charge just by the token. It'll be cool if you get to a good place and get CIG to let you hook in to the in-game comms. That would be amazing, but I don't know. That would be amazing. I've got a homebrew version of OpenClaw. Yeah, I've been playing around with OpenClaw as well. Yeah. I didn't want to say it, but I got multiple plans as well. Your harness is built around CLI invocation. I would love to hear more about what you're doing with OpenClaw. I just got started with OpenClaw. Like I built this thing that you're looking at now. I built this from scratch using Claude. I had it build a system to help me manage it. It's just so freaking meta. But this was before Claw came out, and yeah, I just started looking at Claw. I don't know how that's going to fit into my workflow quite yet, but it is wild. The first thing I did was I hooked OpenClaw up to Discord, and I just started interacting with it with Discord. And I was sitting in the truck one day. I was waiting. I had dropped my son off for a dentist appointment, right? And I'm just sitting there waiting on him. I'm like, shit. Well, let me just pull out my phone and start talking to OpenClaw, and I have my Claude accounts powering OpenClaw, and I was like, what can I do? And I'm like, well, this thing's already hooked up to Discord. I wonder if I can start making a knowledge base with it. So I'm just sitting there chatting with the thing, right? And next thing I know, I have a new AI bot plugged into my community Discord server that monitors for questions, and it scans the important channels, like the announcement channels, and I set up a training channel so I could correct it on its knowledge, right? And like the rules channels and like all the informational channels that if you've used Discord, you know that like people will come into a Discord server and they will not read any of the information channels. They will just, and I don't blame them, right? There's just so much out there. It's like so overwhelming. Every Discord is different. They're all laid out differently. Like this is one of the reasons I hate Discord. But they'll come in and they might ask a question about something and so, yeah, I had this bot scan all those channels, build a knowledge base so that it can look for questions about the community and just answer them for people, help them find shit. Anyway, the wild thing was I built this entire thing from my phone while waiting on a dentist appointment. Like, the future's here. Codex is so bad in comparison. I'm using both at the moment. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing that OpenAI has been good for me so far is code reviews. So I'm using Claude to generate all the code, but I have an open pull request on GitHub, and I'm actually paying for GitHub Copilot's code review capabilities. I started on the $20. Well, I've had a $20 OpenAI plan forever, and so, or no, well, I have, but I also had the Copilot plan through GitHub, and so I was just using what was included in that. I just stepped that up to the $40 plan so I could get more code reviews. GitHub's Copilot is actually really good at code reviews. I don't know if it's any good at writing code, but it is really good at reviewing code. And so I have that thing giving feedback to Claude. I also have Greptile giving feedback to Claude, and then myself giving feedback to Claude. And on a typical PR, like Claude will decompose the specs that I give it, and anywhere between like 10 and 20 tasks, and then it'll get another 20 tasks just from PR feedback. It'll kind of evolve, and then I don't really come in, like I start reviewing the output early just to give it like superficial feedback, like, I don't like this button color, move this down here, put this up, like that kind of stuff. But then I won't even look at the code until all the feedback from all the bots have been addressed and my superficial feedback, and then I will go in and I'll give the code itself a thorough review, and it has been saving me a ton of time and netting some really good results. But just keep checking in on that, because people asked me early on to do that. Like a lot of people have been like, yeah, because when I first started talking about how I was bringing AI into my workflow, a lot of people were a little skeptical, and they're like, yeah, check back in a few months. Let me know if you're still liking it that much. And I will say that I am liking it more than I did originally. Like things just keep getting better as far as I can tell. Like the training and knowledge sets that I'm building are making this thing more productive, not less. And my code quality is good. I can't say that I haven't found any bullshit. I have found some bullshit. Dude, I was looking at this one PR the other day that it opened, and I shit you not. Okay, 2 different types of tests. Do not ignore the tests this shit writes. One set of tests that it wrote was grepping through the source code and verifying that the source code was what it thought it should be. Like, that was the test. I literally typed Claude a message. I'm like, what kind of bullshit test is this? Don't ever write a test like this again. It wrote a bunch of them, so it went through and it deleted all those tests out of the code base, right? So I'm not saying it never fucks up, but like you can definitely, I mean, it's up to you to keep an eye on this shit and make sure it doesn't get out of control. And so I've cleaned all it up. And then a few days later, I was looking at another test it wrote, and the test was, it was basically x equals 1. And then in the next line, it wasn't actually x equals 1, but it's the equivalence, right? Like x equals 1, very next line, it's like assert that x equals 1. I've never seen, I'm like, what kind of bullshit test is this? And so, you know, but I've got a system for educating this thing. So we keep building up the markdown files that it uses as like its source of knowledge. And I keep ruling stuff like that out. And over time, it's doing less and less dumb stuff. So. Yeah, I've been building over the last year. I built Telegram and Discord integration. Full project management structure. It's even wet into my home security. Nice. We've passed the singularity event horizon. Yeah, I believe it. I've thought about that. I was wondering if, like, OpenClaw, if I could tie that into my home automation stuff. Yeah, I used to review every line. It's progressed so far over the last year. Yeah. Huge advantage. Well, December is when oh my gosh, I'm drawing a total blank. What am I trying to say? The latest version of Claude Code, right? Opus 4.6. That's when that came out. Yeah, it's about building harness. You have to constrain the AI. Yeah, exactly. Like using a fire hose. Gotta choke up on it and feed it constraints. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Anyway, let's check this out.
You taking the time.
Well, if I can figure out why the audio is so low. There we go.
You are Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Great. Well, my first question to you is, why won't you release Anthropic's AI without restrictions to the U.S. government?
Yeah, so, you know,
I don't know why. Is this loud enough, guys?
We appreciate you taking the time. You are Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Great. Well, my first question to you is, why won't you release Anthropic's AI without restrictions to the U.S. government?
Yeah, so, you know, we should maybe back up a bit for a little bit of context. So, you know, Anthropic actually has been the most lean forward of all the AI companies in working with the U.S. government and working with the U.S. military. We were the first company to, you know, put our models on the classified cloud. We were the first company to make custom models for national security purposes. We're deployed across the intelligence community and the military for applications like cyber, you know, combat support operations, various things like this. And, you know, the reason we've done this is, you know, I believe that we have to defend our country. I believe we have to defend our country from autocratic adversaries like China and like Russia. And so we've been very, you know, we've been very lean forward. We have a substantial, you know, public sector team. But you know, I have always believed that, you know, as we defend ourselves against our autocratic adversaries, we have to do so in ways that defend our democratic values and preserve our democratic values. And so we have said to the Department of War that we are okay with all use cases, basically 98 or 99% of the use cases they want to do, except for two that we're concerned about. One is domestic mass surveillance. There, we're worried that, you know, things may become possible with AI that weren't possible before. An example of this is something like taking data collected by private firms, having it bought by the government, and analyzing it in mass via AI. That actually isn't illegal. It was just never useful before the era of AI. So there's this way in which domestic mass surveillance is getting ahead of the law. The technology is advancing so fast that it's out of step with the law. That's case number one. Case number two is fully autonomous weapons. This is not the partially autonomous weapons that are used in Ukraine or could potentially be used in Taiwan today. This is the idea of making weapons that fire without any human involvement. Now, even those, I think that our adversaries may at some point have them, so perhaps they may at some point be needed for the defense of democracy. But we have some concerns about them.
Dude, could you imagine, like, Claude Code or OpenAI in charge of making the decision on whether or not to fire? Like, I can't even imagine. Like, they are not that reliable yet. Like, oh my gosh. If you gave these AI models the ability to push the red button, it'd be over tomorrow. Actually, somebody was telling me there was some study out there. I don't know where it is. I'll have to go see if I can find it. But they were saying there was some test and like where they were doing simulated war games with AI, and like 95% of the time, the AIs chose to go for the button. Boston Robotics Dog, robots and drones equipped with automatic weapons, open fire on everyone's. yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
First, the AI systems of today are nowhere near reliable enough to make fully autonomous weapons.
Thank you.
Anyone who's worked with AI models understands that there's a basic unpredictability to them that in a purely technical way we have not solved. And there's an oversight question too. If you have a large army of drones or robots.
It's kind of refreshing hearing this guy like admit that. As the CEO of one of these companies whose entire fortune is based on the utility of this tooling, I mean, he's just openly saying like, hey, these things are unpredictable. I didn't expect to hear him say that, but that's good because they sure as hell are.
That can operate without any human oversight, where there aren't human soldiers to make the decisions about.
All the time, like in my development, I'm asking the agent, like, why did you do this? Like, I told you to do this X and you did Y. And the response I'll get is like, oh yeah, I ignored that. I shouldn't have ignored that. Could you imagine saying, don't use nuclear missiles unless you have to, and be like, oh shit, I ignored that. We're going to be either living in a nightmare scenario or the Jetsons. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Who to target, who to shoot at, that presents concerns. And we need to have a conversation about how that's overseen. And we haven't had that conversation yet. And so we feel strongly that, for those two use cases should not be allowed.
The Pentagon has told us that they have agreed in principle to these two restrictions, and they wanted to strike a deal. Why couldn't an agreement be reached?
So there were, there were kind of several stages of this, all done quickly and kind of all, determined by the kind of 3-day, the kind of very limited 3-day window that they gave us, right? They gave us an ultimatum to agree to their terms in 3 days.
What's FA and FO? Nash. Hey, I was going to find out what that means before I do. Project Gnome? That's a good question. AI shouldn't be used for weapons at all, in my view. That's something that could get away from us very easily. The Kennedy. I can't say I disagree with the Kennedy. The only issue I see is, like, our opponents are definitely going to use it, right? So, what do? Cancel your OpenAI? Fuck around and find out? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And wants to prevent the government to raid or hack into this company's property and just take the tech? I mean, nothing, zero. I mean, other governments are already doing it. I don't know if you saw, but this guy who they're interviewing right now has been raising flags saying, hey, the Chinese government is in all-out assault mode on Anthropic, trying to steal their tech. So, whether our government does or not, the Chinese government's already doing it. And it sounded to me like he's saying they've already gotten a lot of it. It's because they're fancy, probably machines with inability to form long-term memory. Yeah. Sammy Jenkins. Always having to leave a post-it notes for context. Yeah, exactly. I'm basically using the Ralph Wiggum loop Hitman to just constantly feed it back in. Like I only let it run for a certain amount of time, and then I feed it. I just repeat the context over and over again so it doesn't forget it. Costs more, but it's more accurate. The genie's out of the bottle. I thought there was a high probability the first nuke would ignite the atmosphere. Yet they YOLO'd ahead anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's a very good analogy. Yeah. Sounds like they should take the AI battlefield of all countries to the moon. Hey, test your AI junk on the moon and see who wins there. That's a lose-lose. It's always been a lose-lose. Like, war is always a lose-lose, right? It doesn't stop humans from doing it. I'm watching a series on Claude, and this guy's using it, but talks as though it has thoughts and looking for persistence. Yeah. That would be wild if we get to that point. I don't believe we're quite there yet, but I think we're a long way off, actually. Chris Nolan's, yeah, he's Ralph, yeah. It's so crazy, you know, because like talking about Judgment Day and Terminator, you can't help but think of those movies whenever you're dealing with this shit. And like it's easy to say like AI should never be in control of weapons, but like it's only I'm sure it already is. And it's just, you know, when I was young and I was watching those movies, I just remember thinking like, how stupid could you be to put machines and artificial intelligence in charge of weapons? Like, how dumb could you be? And now we're here, and it's happening. And I'm just like, God. Like, I understand why it's happening, right? Like, there's no way out of it. And it's just, it's mind-boggling, like, how dumb we can be as a species. And, like, but how at the same time, like, it's unstoppable. It's like a freight train. Like, you can't stop it. Unreal. It's just unreal, dude. Yeah, we are living it.
Or be designated a supply chain risk or Defense Production Act. I guess we'll get to that later. But during that time, there were a few back and forths. You know, at one point they sent us language that appeared on the surface to meet our terms, but it had all kinds of language like if the Pentagon deems it appropriate, or or to do anything in line with laws. So it didn't actually concede in any meaningful way, and there were further steps of it that also did not concede in any meaningful way.
Yeah, you're not wrong here,
We
man.
have wanted to strike a deal since the beginning. If you want to get a sense of the Pentagon's position of it, the Pentagon spokesman, Sean Parnell, the day before, he reiterated their position: we only allow all lawful use. And this was the same as when they sent us their terms. So they have not exceeded they have not in any way agreed to our exceptions in any meaningful way.
The president posted today in response to the situation, their selfishness, referring to Anthropic, is
Zero. Yeah, The Matrix. That was such a brilliant scene, man. Which war are we talking about? All of them. Right now, we're watching a video from the CEO. It was done with the CEO of Anthropic. He's talking about why they backed out of a deal with the Pentagon. But this certainly relates to current events. Earlier, we talked about the news coming out of Iran.
putting American lives at risk, our troops in danger, and our national
Seymour.
security in jeopardy. What do you think? What's your response?
So, in the statement we issued yesterday, and also in the one we issued today, we said that we were willing, even if the Department of War or even if the Trump administration takes these unprecedented measures against us, this kind of supply chain designation that's normally used against foreign adversaries, we have said that, even if they take these extreme actions, we'll do everything we can to support the Department of War to provide its technology for as long as it takes to offboard us and onboard, a competitor who's willing to do these things that we are not willing to do.
Prepared to exit.
Yeah. So we have offered continuity. We're actually deeply concerned about this. We're deeply concerned about the kind of interruption of service, which is exactly what's happening when we're designated a supply chain risk, right? When we're designated a supply chain risk, they say, you have to be off all of our systems. And I've talked to people on the ground, uniformed military officers, who say this is essential. Not having this will set us back 6 months, 12 months, maybe longer. And so that's why we've tried so hard to try to get a deal. But again, the 3-day ultimatum, the risk to designate us a supply chain, the whole timeline has been driven by the Department of War, not by us. We are trying to provide continuity. We are trying to provide the services. We are trying to reach a deal here.
So then what does this mean for the safety of Americans?
Yeah, I would say a couple things. In the short run, it means, and it's up to the Department of War. We're still trying to reach a deal with them.
We're
still trying to talk to them.
Are they talking with you?
We've received various communications. We haven't seen anything that satisfies our. We haven't seen anything that satisfies our concerns. But I mean that just in the broad sense that we are still interested in working with them as long as it is in law.
I gotta say, man, I hope they work this out, because it feels like a competitive advantage to have Anthropic towering our stuff over Gemini. You know what I mean? Like, we know there is such a gap between Opus 4.6 and Gemini. Like, the functionality gap is substantial, but I can see, like, generals in the military or Trump or somebody like who they're not on the ground. They don't understand the minutia around what's going on with this tech. Like, just thinking, well, one AI vendor is just as good as the other. Now, obviously, somebody knows because they were talking to Anthropic first. Somebody knows Anthropic is ahead of the game, but there's a lot of decision makers, I would be afraid, just based on my experience in business, that are not going to understand the distinction, and they'll just settle for whatever AI vendor they can get. And I would be bummed if our people in uniform had to make do with subpar AI capabilities just because of this bullshit. The big thing here, as soon as we started thinking for you, it really became our civilization. Yeah, we're headed there. Starfleet Academy is one of the KPIs of this. Yeah, I mean, he's looking down when he's saying this stuff. It comes off as a bit disingenuous due to that and his communication style. Zero, I don't get that. Like, I actually really like this guy, just from the little bit I've seen him. I've seen him do some other stuff. He definitely seems like a patriot to me, and like someone who does take this stuff seriously. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not an amazing first judge of character, but I get the sense that this guy is more on the geek side, less on the business side, and he's just not great at human contact, and that's why he's looking down. That's the sense I get from this guy. Eyes are quite shifty. Yeah. I get the sense that, he's just You know what I mean? Like Mr. Antisocial, like over in the corner, kind of like doesn't want to make eye contact. Like that's what I get from this guy. Yeah, no, I get it. I get why you would say that, Zero. Like it can, like it's definitely easy to read it that way for sure. And it might be that way for all I know. I mean, I could be misreading this situation, but I see I see a person that's uncomfortable with human conversation. he probably spends way too much time talking to robots. You know what I mean?
Line with our red lines.
But it sounds like you're still really far apart, and now Secretary Hegseth has determined you all a supply chain risk and said what he's said. So do you think it's possible at this point to come to an agreement?
You know, look, an agreement requires both sides. We, for our side, are willing to serve the national security of this country. We are willing to provide our models to all branches of the government, including the Department of War, the intelligence community, you know, the more civilian branches of the government, under the terms that we've provided under our red line.
That could be it too. I mean, he could just be a freaking super nerd, and there's a woman sitting in front of him, and he's like, "Oh God, I wasn't prepared for this."
We are always willing to do that, right? You know, we don't take offense here. The reason we're providing our technology in this way is that we want to support the national security of the United States. We're not doing it, for the sake of Pentagon officials. We're not doing it for the sake of a particular administration. We're doing it because it's good for the national security of the United States, and we're going to continue to do that.
Why do you think that it is better for Anthropic, a private company, to have more say in how AI is used in the military than the Pentagon itself?
So first I would say, and I think this is an important point, no one on the ground has actually, to our knowledge, run into the limits of any of these exceptions. These are 1% of use cases, and ones that we have seen no evidence on the ground have been done. Now again, I can't say what their plans are. That we don't know, but we have no evidence that these use cases have actually run into trouble. We've spread across the Department of War, and
I don't see a problem with his limitations. Like, they seem like good limitations to me. She has a piercing stare, so yeah, he is likely uncomfortable, yeah. Like, he's saying that we don't want domestic surveillance. That seems fair. And we don't want the AI autonomously making decisions to fire. Again, seems fair. But he even relented, saying it may come to that being a necessity, depending on what our competitors do. So he seems more open on that one, as scary as that frickin' is. Now, we're just getting his side of this, right? And he could certainly be painting this in a more in a way that makes his position look better than maybe, the other side sees it. I don't know. But at face value, I see no problem with the limitations he's trying to place on this tech. And for anybody who doesn't know, like, Anthropic was founded with the intent of studying how to make AI safer for society. Like, that was the genesis of Anthropic, as far as I understand it. I haven't done a whole lot of background checking. I'm just basing that on some cursory knowledge and what I've heard and what I've read. So feel free to fact check me. But they actually didn't start out with intentions on becoming the dominant AI model. They started out trying to understand how to make it safe. And where they ended up is kind of a byproduct of their early ambitions. Anthropic built this guy that just never mentioned her, yeah. I'd be looking her in the eyes and not shifting focus. Going Austin Powers, hey baby, yeah, well. Something tells me this guy would get further than you with that approach, Zero.
Parts of the government without running into any of these problems. Now, in terms of these one or two narrow exceptions, I actually agree that in the long run, we need to have a democratic conversation. In the long run, I actually do believe that it is Congress's job. If, for example, there are possibilities with domestic mass surveillance, government buying of bulk data that has been produced on Americans, locations, personal information, political affiliation, to build profiles, and it's now possible to analyze that with AI. The fact that that's legal, that seems like, the judicial interpretation of the Fourth Amendment has not caught up, or the laws passed by Congress have not caught up. So in the long run, we think Congress should catch up with where the technology is going. But Congress is not the fastest moving body in the world. And for right now, we are the ones who see this technology on the front line. I would expect that the Department of War, I would expect them to be thoughtful about these issues, to proactively, think about these issues. And so I would have expected them not to have any concern, and for us to have a conversation. But I think in the absence of that, we need to look at the technology. We need to look at what it's capable of in terms of reliability, and we need to look at the ways in which it's getting ahead of the law, and in which it's escaping the intent of the law. Those are some very narrow areas, but I think that they're important. These are things that are fundamental to Americans, right? The right not to be spied on by the government, right? The right for our military officers to make decisions about war themselves and not turn it over completely to a machine. These are fundamental principles.
I'm good with that.
But in the name of fundamental principles, why should Americans trust you, the CEO of a...
This interview drove you nuts. CBS has lost its journalist skills and forgotten how to do an investigative interview. Hey, Griffin. Good to see you, man. I haven't seen it yet. I'll take your word for it. I'm more interested in what this guy has to say, because I got to admit, I have been liking what I've been hearing from this guy overall. I think Anthropic is doing good work, but I have not done really deep investigations either. So I would love to know if you have any knowledge about anything that I should be aware of.
private company to make...
I personally have been using his technology, ever since December. It's been his technology has been crucial to everything I've done.
Make these decisions instead of...
I'm really not paying
the
attention to
federal
her.
government.
Well, I would give two answers to that. One, we are a private company.
Go ahead, Griff.
Yeah.
We can choose to sell or not sell whatever we want. There are other providers. If the DOW, the government, doesn't like the services we provide or the way that we make them, they can use another contractor. This would have been the normal way to handle this, right? Just to say, I would have disagreed, but I would have respected them if they said, DOW, we don't want to work with Anthropic. Our principles are not aligned with yours. We're going to go with one of the other models. But they've both extended that to parts of the government beyond the DOW and tried to punitively revoke our contracts beyond DOW. And they've done this supply chain designation thing, which basically says that if you're part of if you're another private company who has military contracts, you can't use Anthropic in a way that touches those military contracts. So they're reaching in to the behavior of private enterprise. And it's very hard to interpret this in any way other than punitive. To our knowledge, the supply chain designation has never been applied to an American company. It has only been applied to adversary, Kaspersky Labs, which is a Russian cybersecurity company that is...
I remember that. That's actually kind of messed up. I agree. That's kind of messed up. I hope that, again, I hope that we can resolve this, because Anthropic is leading the AI race, and I would not want to see the U.S. government without it. They have been under assault from China. China's going to end up with this technology, and we won't because of our own infighting. That would be a sad situation to be in.
suspected of ties to the Russian government, Chinese chip suppliers, being lumped in with them, it feels very punitive and inappropriate given the amount that we've done for U.S. national security.
So you say you've done so much for U.S. national security. You're adhering to these 2 restrictions that you want to keep. Do you think that Anthropic knows better than the Pentagon here?
We don't look. One of the things about a free market and free enterprise is different folks can provide different products under different principles. Remember, this isn't just about terms of use. This isn't just about, this is what our model is legally allowed to do. Our model has a personality. It's capable of certain things. It's able to do certain things reliably. It's able to not do certain things reliably. And I think we are a good judge of what our models can do reliably and what they cannot do reliably. And I think we do have a good view into how the technology is getting ahead of the law. But I would say,
there was a stupid question for her, because I would definitely think that he is going to have a better sense of the capabilities of this model than somebody over at the Pentagon. That's kind of a dumb question.
I would say again, I actually agree with you.
Yes, they are the subject matter experts here.
In the long term. I don't think the right long-term solution is for a private company and the Pentagon to argue about this. I think Congress needs to act here. And we are thinking about that. We are thinking about what Congress could do to impose some of these guardrails that don't hinder our ability to defeat our adversaries, but that allow us to defeat our adversaries in a way that's in line with the values of our country. But as you know, Congress doesn't move fast.
No.
So I think in the meantime, we do need to draw a line in the sand.
So until Congress acts, you're saying you are going to hold firm here. But there are so many other companies out there that do business with the U.S. government. Boeing builds aircraft for the U.S. military. Boeing doesn't tell the U.S. military what to do with that aircraft. How is this any different?
Again, I would say 2 ways that it's different. One, I would point again to the newness of the technology, right? When a technology is well established, then there are lots of technical things about aircrafts, but I think a general has a pretty good understanding of how an aircraft works. Aircrafts have been around for a long time.
But there's plenty of innovation inside the aerospace industry.
Sure, but not at the pace that we see with AI. AI is moving so fast. I've talked often about how AI is on an exponential trend. The models, the amount of computation that goes into the models doubles every 4 months. We have never seen anything like this pace of innovation.
But if that pace continues apace,
yes,
then the U.S. government will never be caught up. So how does that logic apply if you have long argued that you want to work with the U.S. government to provide, the appropriate national security? If it's going to be such a fast development for the foreseeable future, Congress can't catch up, then why turn your back on this?
I think there's only catching up once, right? So the pace of the technology is fast. The issues that arise are few, but very important. Again, we only have 2 of these: domestic mass surveillance, fully autonomous weapons. We need to have a conversation with Congress to help them understand some of the risks associated with it. Again, this is the most American thing in the world. No one wants to be spied on by the U.S. government. No one wants to be spied on by the U.S. government.
Is that true, No? They do tell them what they can do with the robots for war? I didn't know that. That's good context. Last thing we need is an autonomous weapons race, and then we have 2 adversaries get into autonomous AI war. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier in Oscabian. I think the cat's out of the bag on that one. We were comparing where we are now to Judgment Day and the Terminator movies, and when we were younger, thinking about how dumb would you have to be to turn over control of weapons to AI and robots, right? And I remember thinking as a kid, man, that would never happen. That's the stupidest thing humans could do, but here we are. And I can't see a way we don't make that decision. Because eventually somebody is going to do it, and it's going to force everybody else to do it.
Exact same time.
I would hope that we're not the ones to do it first, but I mean, it really doesn't even matter.
time. Some of our greatest adversaries have technology that is either quickly catching up to us or will eventually do so, perhaps already caught up. And so if our military is critical to defending the American people and critical to our democracy, freedom, the republic, why stay in this position and say, no, we're not going to cooperate?
Again, that's an abstract argument, but let's look at the actual two uses. Domestic mass surveillance does not help the U.S. catch up with its adversaries. Domestic mass surveillance is an abuse of the government's authority, even where it's technically legal. So that one we can rule out. Fully autonomous weapons, there I actually am concerned that we may need to keep up. It's not, the technology is not ready. And so we are not, as I said, we are not categorically against fully autonomous weapons. We simply believe that the reliability is not there yet and that we need to have a conversation about oversight. And we have offered to work with the Department of War to help develop these technologies, to prototype them in a sandbox, but they weren't interested in this unless they could do whatever they want right from the beginning. And so, again, we need to balance the existential need. No one has emphasized it more than me, to defeat our adversaries. But we need to fight. We need to fight in the right way. This is like saying,
there are plenty of countries
if our adversaries commit war crimes, shouldn't we commit war crimes as well? I'm not saying this amounts to war crimes. What I'm saying is that the essence of our values is that we have to find a way to win in a way that preserves those values. We can't just be a total race to the bottom. We have to have some principles, and these are very few. This technology can radically accelerate what our military can do. I've talked to admirals, I've talked to generals, I've talked to combatant commanders who say this has revolutionized what we can do. And these are just the very limited use cases we've deployed so far. And so why harp on the 1% of use cases that are against our values when we can pursue the 99% of use cases that are in favor of that advance our democratic values and that defend this country, and we can even try to.
I don't even, if I was the U.S. government, I don't understand why I wouldn't accept this, knowing that Anthropic is leading the AI race. And, I mean, so as a U.S. citizen, I don't want them to circumvent this, right? Because what he's saying is we don't want broad-scale domestic surveillance. I agree. I don't want that either. But if I was the U.S. government, I would just say, okay, well, we'll do the domestic surveillance with Gemini. And we'll use Anthropic for all of our boots on the ground shit. I don't understand why they have to take this in the direction that they are.
Study that last 1% of use cases to understand if there is a way
basically
to do that
kneecap
consistent with
themselves
our values.
in the
That is
process.
our position, and I think that's very reasonable.
Give me one or two examples of what could go wrong.
So the kind of thing that there are two classes of things that I could imagine could go wrong. One, again, is around this idea of reliability, which is just it targets the wrong person, it shoots a civilian, it doesn't show the judgment that a human soldier would show.
Planter, yeah, there you go.
Friendly fire, or shooting a civilian, or just the wrong kind of things. We don't want to sell something that we don't think is reliable, and we don't want to sell something that could get our own people killed or that could get innocent people killed. Second is this question of oversight.
I mean, from his perspective on this, you don't want your brand associated with that. You know what I mean? And not only is it ethical, but this is good business sense. From an ethics point of view, he knows that these models are not reliable enough to make the call on whether to exterminate somebody or not. I mean, they're not even reliable enough to trust with my code. Why would I trust this shit with somebody's life? That doesn't even make any damn sense at all. But two, if this happens and the US military deploys autonomous weapons using Anthropic's AI, everybody's going to know that they've done this. And the first time it happens, oh, a mother and a child are executed by some autonomous AI robot powered by Anthropic. What is that going to do to the perception of Anthropic? Like, their freaking stock's going to nosedive. Like, so he's doing the right thing from both an ethics standpoint and as a custodian of the business that he's responsible for.
If you think about it, you human soldiers, there's a whole chain of accountability that assumes a human uses their common sense.
I don't think so, P-Wolf.
Suppose I have an army of 10 million drones, all coordinated by one person or a small set of people. I think it's easy to see that there are accountability issues there, right? That concentrating power that much doesn't work. It doesn't mean we shouldn't have this fleet. Again, I don't know, maybe we need it at some point because our adversaries will have it. But we need to have a conversation about accountability, about who is holding the button and who can say no. And I think that's very reasonable.
President Trump has called Anthropic a left-wing woke company. Is this decision at all driven by ideology?
Yeah, I can't speak for what other parties are doing and what they're doing.
But you and here in Anthropic.
Yeah, look, we I think have tried to be very neutral. We speak up on issues of AI policy where we have expertise. We don't have views, we don't think about general political issues, and we try to work together whenever there's common ground. For example, I went to an event in Pennsylvania with the president, with Senator McCormick, about provisioning enough energy to power our AI models provision our AI models in the U.S. I spoke to the president. I expressed that I agreed with many aspects of what he's doing. We also did a pledge around using AI for health, and we've done a number of other things. When the administration's AI action plan came out, we said that there were many, perhaps most aspects of it that we agreed with. So this idea that we've somehow been partisan or that we haven't been even-handed, we've been studiously even-handed. And again, we can't control if someone, even the president, has an opinion about us. That's not under our control. What's under our control is that we can be reasonable, we can be neutral, and we can stand up for what we believe.
1 to 10, will there be an agreement with the federal government on this in the future, or do you think this is over?
Look, I have no crystal ball. For our part, our position is clear.
1 to 10?
We have these two.
Okay. I see what you mean, Griffin. Oh my God. 1 to 10, are you going to get a deal? Oh my gosh, dude. No wonder this guy is freaking looking at the floor. Holy shit.
Red lines. We've had them from day one. We are still, advocating for those red lines. We're not going to move on those red lines. If we can get to the point with the department where we can see things the same way, then perhaps there could be an agreement. For our part, and for the sake of U.S. national security, we continue to want to make this work. But again, it takes two parties to have an agreement.
If you had a moment with the president right now, tonight, what would you say to him?
I would say we are patriotic Americans. We have done everything we have done has been for the sake of this country, for the sake of supporting U.S. national security. Our leaning forward in deploying our models with the military was done because we believe in this country. We believe in defeating our autocratic adversaries. We believe in defending America. The red lines we have drawn, we drew because we believe that crossing those red lines is contrary to American values. And we wanted to stand up for American values. And when we were threatened with supply chain designation and Defense Production Act, which are unprecedented intrusions into the private economy by the government, we exercised our classic First Amendment rights to speak up and disagree with the government. Disagreeing with the government is the most American thing in the world. And we are patriots. In everything we have done here, we have stood up for the values of this country.
Do you think Anthropic can survive this as a business?
You know, when Secretary Hegseth tweeted out the supply chain designation, he said something that was inaccurate, that far exceeds their lawful authority. He said that any company that has a military contract can't do business with Anthropic at all. That is not what the law said. We put out a statement that pointed to the law. All the law says is that as part of its military contracts, any company cannot use Anthropic as part of those military contracts. That is a much more limited impact.
So you're confident that Anthropic can survive this?
Not only survive it, we're going to be fine. The impact of this designation is fairly small. Now, the nature of the tweet that the secretary put out was designed to create uncertainty, was designed to create a situation where people believed the impact would be much larger, was designed to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But we won't let that succeed. We will be fine.
Critics call this an abuse of power, what the Pentagon is doing and what the White House is doing. Do you believe this is an abuse of power?
You know, again, I would return to the idea that this is unprecedented.
But is it an abuse of power?
You know, this has never happened before. This designation has never happened before.
He's not going to
with
say,
an American
oh my gosh,
company.
he's not going
And
to
I
say
think
that.
it was made very clear in some of their statements, in some of their language, that this was retaliatory and punitive. I don't know what else to call it. Retaliatory and punitive.
So will you take legal action?
I've stated in our statement, again, all we've received is a tweet. We haven't received an actual supply chain designation. You know, there's been no actual action by the government. There's just been tweets saying what they claim they're going to do.
You haven't received any formal information.
We haven't received any formal information whatsoever. All we've seen are tweets from the president and tweets from Secretary Hegseth. When we receive some kind of formal action, we will look at it, we will understand it, and we will.
It's wild that we live in a world where government communication is happening on Twitter.
Challenge it in court.
What do you think that says about their ability to navigate major national security issues if this is the way that you say they're communicating with you?
Again, you know,
I'm not saying it's bad. It's just wild.
I don't want to make this about this particular administration. I don't want to make this about particular people. We are trying to do whatever we can to support U.S. national security. That's why we're committed to trying to find a deal. If we can't find a deal, that is why we're committed to offboarding in a smooth way that allows our war fighters to continue to be supported as they go into conflicts. And that's why we're committed to standing up to actions that we think are not in line with the values of this country. It's not about any particular person. It's not about any particular administration. It's about the principle of standing up for what's right.
Dario Amodei, CEO of Anthropic, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Damn. That's crazy. Yeah, man, I don't know. I hope that I hope they work it out. Like, if they all just kind of take their ball and go home, it's just going to be a loss for the soldiers and the people fighting the battles. You know what I mean? This is game-changing technology, and it would be sad to see it taken away from the people that need it. It's Trump's forming negotiations, standing your ground, you got a good product, yeah. I mean, they do. They have the best product. There's a reason that, if true, I mean, based on what I've read, like, China is orchestrating legions of people to invade Anthropic systems and steal its capabilities. There's a reason for that, right? I would not want to see us give it up, saying that it's it originated here in the States, like, and end up coming up against it when we are fighting the opposition. I swear some of the kids playing video games called Simulation Earth, where you can dictate what happens in some rando planet in the universe. All while mother's calling them the funny way of looking at it. Huh. I don't know what else to say. That's I think it definitely sounds to me like his asks are not unreasonable. The retaliation, if true, like whoever sent that tweet, it definitely sounds punitive and retaliatory to me. But I also understand, remember the Patriot Act, how that was supposed to be used to protect us. We forget history too fast. Doesn't make what administration? I don't understand the last part, Griff. They called you partisan, defend yourself? Now answer this question that demands partisanship? That's funny. Yeah. I have no idea what his political affiliation was. I don't really care. It seems like a reasonable stance to me. Very possible it's motivated by something that I'm not seeing. It's really hard to tell in these cases, but it seems to me like the guy is doing his job from an ethical standpoint and from a CEO standpoint. I'm not hearing anything unreasonable, but again, you're certainly like, if you're in the hot seat and you're taking an interview like that, you're definitely not going to say something to make yourself sound like the bad guy or like you're going about things wrong. You're going to polish it and make it sound good, right? So it's hard to tell, but if it's genuine, then it seems reasonable to me. And I hope the Department of War can get their shit together and figure out a way forward. Again, like just dual source or triple source. You know what I mean? It's kind of like private companies, the ones that know their shit. I mean, they're not going single cloud; they're going multi-cloud, right? Like they're using Google, they're using Amazon, they're using whatever. Like the same thing here. Like use Anthropic for what it's good at. Use Google Gemini or Planter or whoever you got to use for your shady shit. Like, doesn't make a difference to the administration? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I agree with them, right? Like, don't make this about the administration. I don't think this has anything to do with the administration at all. You know, I think people are way too quick to jump on, like, liberal, conservative, Republican, Democrat, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, like, people were just way too quick to jump to that. Like, this is an issue of technology and war and the military, and like these are real issues that need figured out, and it does not have to be a partisan based freaking battle. Like so Claude is woke as hell. I can guess the political affiliation of Anthropic. Is it really? I haven't even noticed. I don't ask it questions that would allow me to notice that. I just give it programming tasks. We're Gen X, we know. Yeah, I'm Gen X. I think Ashes had developed some secret AI model that the government wanted to acquire, thus the current debacle and smokescreen. I don't know about that. I saw. Oh, the Spacetime DB reminded me. Spacetime DB 2.0 just came out. I don't know if you guys saw that. Did you watch the video? It was freaking hilarious. I saw a 6-minute video talking about the current. But this is live? They're not saying anything. body found. I wonder if that's true. Here, this one's just a little under 5 minutes. We can watch this one quick. I just want an update.
We are just now getting this breaking news that's coming into us from Fox. I'm going to have our producers behind the scenes change the banner, but right now this has just been confirmed, Brian, over the air, that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah, has been killed in those strikes. Fox is now reporting that on screen. They're having their reporter speaking on it now as he's live in Tel Aviv. But once again, folks, for just joining us here at home, we've been waiting for this information. We had gotten some
just watching a quick 5-minute video to get an update on what's going on here.
They were able to talk to us to let us know that
we just finished up an Anthropic video.
As he just had
Anthropic versus the Pentagon. That's some interesting shit.
That there were signs that the prime minister, that the Ayatollah,
after this, we'll
was
get back to some fun topics
anymore. This is what he said, according to Aisha Hasni with Fox News. This morning, we have destroyed the compound of the tyrant Khamenei. Many of the signs showing that he is no longer. That is exactly what he said in his speech. We have just been informed by Fox News confirming that Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, is now been killed in these strikes. And so as we're getting this breaking news, and we still have Brian on the line here. Brian, I'm going to have you jump in here once again as we're talking about this. This is the moment that we've been waiting to hear. We didn't have confirmation. It was.
If I have it running research tasks on a heartbeat and I switch to an uncensored model on my local machine because the artifacts produced were biased liberal. Okay, well, doesn't surprise me. I mean, most of those Silicon Valleys are pretty biased on the liberal side.
Was suspected. It was put out there on the internet. I had told folks earlier
Twitter's
today
probably
we won't be
the
confirming
exception to the rule now
until we have it from our trusted sources. But a huge moment to see that Khamenei has now been pronounced dead.
Yes.
As someone who has worked for a lot of those companies, I can tell you on the inside it is definitely true.
And I would guess that he is not the only one. He has a son who's very powerful. He may have been killed as well. We'll wait for confirmation on that, and much of the leadership. There was a bifurcation of efforts here, Christina. The Israelis were moving in for a decapitation strike, cleaning out the leadership of the country. The American targets were different. And so the Israelis have exacted the ultimate punishment to the Iranian leadership. Now, what happens after this is what's going to be very interesting. The Revolutionary Guard there, the military, very oppressive people domestically, they have a choice to make. There's now a power vacuum, potentially, if it's not only Khomeini who's gone, but the leadership, to do exactly what Donald Trump asked them to do, which is lay down your arms, and you'll get.
Am I mistaken? Like, I don't know. I'm not super up on current events, but hasn't Iran been suffering through like massive protests for a while now?
What he called immunity, so that the people of Iran may rise up and form a new government. But this strike against the leadership didn't just kill the Ayatollah. It probably killed many other people in the leadership.
And so there you have it. That's from Bill Maluzhin. He's citing Trey Yanks, who is now reporting with Fox News on this newest information, that it's saying a senior Israeli official is the one who confirmed to our colleagues that Iran's supreme leader is now dead. And so we're watching all of this again unfold in real time alongside with you. And so it was the Iranian supreme leader who was killed in a strike as a part of this massive joint military operation between the United States and Israel. Israel's ambassador told this also
they're
to
confirming
officials in Washington, D.C. Other officials are now confirming to different media outlets all around the United States that this is true. The 86-year-old Khamenei led Iran for 35 years, making him one of the world's longest-serving authoritarian rulers. His death, though, is a massive blow to the regime and could accelerate, as we've been speaking with here with Brian, on its collapse, which the United States and Israeli forces have staged as a goal of this operation. The killing is going to continue to set off a succession crisis with no clear answer, as Brian was just discussing. I do want to note that under Iran's
35,000.
constitution,
That's
a council of clerks
disgusting.
is meant to select a new leader, supreme leader. But Israel's strikes have also targeted senior Islamic Revolutionary Guards, that's the
sickening is what it
IRGC that
is.
we've been speaking about, their commanders and political leaders as well, leaving the regime's chain of command in disarray at this moment. And so that's the latest breaking news just coming into our newsroom. Fox News now reporting that Iran's supreme leader Khamenei has now been killed in these strikes. And so for folks who are just now joining us, you're going to continue to give you these updates and some of the fallout that has been happening in the aftermath. This just in from the Associated Press talking about what's happening regionally there, that hundreds of people are now demonstrating in Baghdad in support of Iran against those attacks that were launched by Israel and the United States.
Damn. Damn. That's crazy. Well, I know earlier we were saying, I guess somebody from the regime has reached out looking for some kind of communication or negotiations. They said that regime change was off the table, but I was asking about the protest because I wonder how much of that is even within their control. I mean, if their entire leadership structure has been decimated and they got tens of thousands of protesters out there, I wonder how long it's going to take. I hope this. I mean, you know, the whole thing's sick. All the protester deaths, freaking, just everything. Like, I hope this is a turning point for the better for Iran. I really do. Devil got himself a new footstool. Hopefully the powers that doesn't supply weapons to the next radical terrorist group that let an actual government emerge, but we know that will happen now. You guys probably know the history there better than I do. You guys are referring to America kind of fueling this regime? Is that what's going on? This is an operation, not a war. I hope democracy can be had in Iran again. That would be nice. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I hope this is a turning point for that country and that they don't have to worry about 35,000 protesters being massacred a couple of years from now. You know what I mean? This is two countries that Trump has given warnings, and I thought given warnings, and then what was thought of as impossible has happened. 3 military actions that no one but Trump had the balls to pull off. Yeah. Look up Iran in the 70s. I'll have to look it up. Is Russia still calling Ukraine a military operation? In 1953, the CIA and MI6 backed the 1953 Iranian coup that overthrew Iran's prime minister. Jesus. Now, this is a rabbit hole I don't want to go down right now, but yeah. I am not somebody who knows these kinds of things. So, I'll have opinions on things, but it is not rooted in deep historical knowledge about foreign affairs, you know what I mean? What's up, chat? Macimus. Did they not just have a duel in AC and leave it at that? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? If only. Let me maybe switch gears. Well, first of all, I had a hugely successful video a long time ago whenever they released Spacetime DB 1.0. In case anybody has missed this, whoops. I think it's worth watching the last 2 minutes of this video. So, they put out a new video about the release of Spacetime DB 2.0. We don't have to sit through the whole thing if you're not interested. It's kind of a lot of marketing hype, really. Just talking about how this thing's 1,000 times faster in very contrived scenarios, right? Which is good. I mean, you know, it's Spacetime DB fills an interesting niche that some applications will definitely benefit from. But if you jump to here, I just want to look at the last format. Operation Epstein Fury in full swing. Got me drinking again already? Sheesh. What are you talking about, Zinley? Claude is good at long-running tasks. Now, how are you doing 14 hours of work? Are you doing it with like the Ralph Wiggum method or something else? North Koreans don't believe their leader uses the bathroom. Oh my gosh! I saw Kim Jong-un appointed his daughter as the heir, right? Anyway. Dude, I'm with you. So we're just going to watch the last 4 minutes because let's watch it.
There is one more thing, though, isn't there? We haven't talked about performance yet. And as game devs...
So the first 8 minutes of this video, we're just talking about some of the new capabilities in Spacetime DB 1.0 or in 2.0. And this last 4 minutes, they do a segment on the performance improvements. And so we're just going to talk about that. We're just going to watch the performance. It's 4 minutes. And it ends with a surprise.
I like to think we know a little something about performance. So how does Spacetime DB handle a web workload? Well, traditionally your server is separated from your database by the network. In order for your server to access your data, you've got a serial...
Yeah, I mentioned the the video call over a database in my first video that I did on
Analyze a
Spacetime.
query, send it, go all the way through the OS stack, over the network, up the OS stack, receive, parse, plan, and execute, and then go all the way back, all while holding open a transaction and potentially locking up rows. Just pinging.
For anybody who doesn't know, I've interviewed this guy, the guy who's doing this video. His name's Tyler. I've interviewed him twice on this channel. You go back and look at the podcast area of my channel page, you'll find
The
those.
loopback port on my machine without any database work reports an average round trip time of almost 200 microseconds, with a max of more than 1 millisecond. That's without even touching the network. In Spacetime DB, your database is your server, so accessing your data takes nanoseconds instead of microseconds, or even milliseconds. That's at least 1,000 times faster. In other words, this is not to scale, this is to scale. So what does that mean for your apps? Well, let's imagine a simplified banking app. We have a set of accounts and we want to process valid transfers between accounts. To simulate a real-world scenario, accounts are chosen at random, but skewed towards popular accounts that have many transfers. Here's the code in Spacetime DB. Let's run some benchmarks against traditional backends with 50 clients running on separate machines making concurrent requests.
Okay, Hitman, that sounds similar to what I'm doing, but you said the heartbeat runs on my local LLM and acts as a router to the frontier models. What do you mean when you say frontier model?
Newer hosted solutions and all-in-one platforms struggle. Convex, with its dozens of transactions per second, goes toe-to-toe with pen and paper. Postgres, on planet scale, doesn't offer co-location and pays the price.
This is
Supabase only
transactions per
manages to
second.
achieve roughly 1,300 transactions per second. But even with multiple servers, the traditional Node.js and Postgres setup tops out at 4,000 transactions per second. Bun does about 20% better. Clearly our problem is that we need something that scales horizontally, right? We need something web scale. Well, CockroachDB on a 5-node cluster only hits roughly 400 transactions per second. Distributed coordination actually
I see
slows
what you're
us
saying,
down,
man.
despite the
Gotcha.
much higher AWS bill. Only SQLite with its embedded architecture similar to Spacetime DB beats Postgres. That's fun, but what does real speed look like? How fast is Spacetime DB? Allow me to answer that question with a question. Do you like my car?
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh, I had to share that. All goofiness besides, could you explain number go up in that case for non-techies? Transactions per second is how many operations per second basically your database can handle. So think of like you click a button on a website that says I like this, or you know, I don't know, you send a message through Discord, or you know, any of those actions, like those are all going to a database somewhere. They got to be recorded, inserted, whatever. That's an operation, right? Or that's a transaction. And so this is how many of those the database can handle per second. And he's saying that, you know, I don't even know what the final number was, 150,000 transactions a second or something. Yeah, that's what he's claiming here. Now, I'm sure that the scenario, I don't recall the actual scenario behind this test, but you got to keep in mind that Spacetime DB is an in-memory database, so it's going to be a lot faster than a lot of the competitors there. There's a lot of settings that can be tuned to make your database control how resilient it is, which has direct impact on the performance of it. Like if you don't want an acknowledgement back for your operation until it's written to disk, that's one setting, or as soon as it hits memory, that's another setting. Not all databases allow you to fine-tune that. Spacetime DB does. So, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of questions here on, you know, how other databases got those numbers, how Spacetime DB got it. It's hard to say, but yeah, think of a RAM disk on your PC, exactly. Jobs of RAM. Yeah. Well. Yeah, but it's nonetheless, it's impressive. It's a good number. If the technology works for your application, then, you know, it'd be really good. I think probably the closest competitors would be things like Redis, which don't have near the functionality of Spacetime. I really like, you know, I've said this before when I covered Spacetime originally on this channel. I said, you know, I really like the producer model that Spacetime DB went with. It's something that I have used before in my own kind of custom data persistence layers. It's very powerful model. Firebird into a dataset can beat that any day. I used to love that DB. Yeah. Does it support a hybrid approach, RAM and traditional storage for less time critical transactions? So Spacetime supports a log. So I think Redis, you know, where like it's in memory, but it will write a log to disk and you can recover from that log. Now, also like Redis, I think it supports snapshotting. So basically, once the log gets long enough, it'll summarize like the first, you know, so many hours or whatever. I'm sure this is all configurable. I don't know of that log, and it'll compact it so that you don't have a really long startup time. So you're not parsing, like, say your database crashes and recovers, right? You're not going to parse 12 hours of log to restore the state of the database. You may only have to restore a snapshot plus the hour after that, or something along those lines. So when I say an in-memory database, that doesn't mean, you know, it's it can't recover from a crash. It's just but it is limited on how large the data set can be, right? That's the advantage of something like Postgres, where your data set is sitting on disks, your data set can be very large, and then it's just like your indexes and stuff like that get loaded into memory to improve your performance. And whereas something like Spacetime DB or Redis, which only supports fetching records from memory, your data sets are going to be much smaller. Now, both, that can be overcome with techniques like sharding. So that's something I've done a lot with Redis. If you got a really big data set, you just shard it up and you run your Redis cluster across, 10 nodes, and now you can store 10 times as much in memory. So. Zinli just tried cheese curds with brown gravy. Holy balls. You've just now tried that for the first time, Zinli? Stuff's amazing, dude. Anyway, let's check out this Chris Roberts interview that somebody was kind enough to share. I totally did not even know this was happening. Who shared this? Oh, this was P-Wolf. Thank you, P-Wolf. Let's check it out. I have no idea what this is about.
That Star Citizen was...
Whoa, that's loud in my headphones.
unfinished business. I think when we launched in 2012, it was a different time in the internet. I think it was more hopeful, more optimistic, less cynical.
Holy shit, no kidding. Think about the change in the gaming industry from 2012 until now. In 2012, like that would have been when all the next gen MMOs were coming out, all the WoW killers, right? They were all coming out in 2012. That's around the time that like ESO would have launched and Guild Wars 2 and maybe, I don't know, I got my years a little off. Freaking WoW was still popping off. Maybe. WoW might have been petering out a little bit by then, but there was a hell of a lot of hope in the gaming industry. Bethesda was still a really good company. Yeah. Totally different place. Makes sense. I just wish their 1.0 MVP would have been defined way earlier than they did. Archer Key, hey man, thanks for coming out.
I think one of the major problems with doing something that's as long-term as Star Citizen is
AAA companies lost the thread on what people want. I could not agree more. We're not going to get another good AAA game.
Big and as ambitious as Star Citizen is if you're part of the community and you see us, because we do updates, the community video updates, we show them what we're doing, we have roadmaps. In terms of, I think, being a developer that shares and is open, I think we sort of set the standard. And I think when we started in 2012, that was one of the things that we did first that a lot of other people didn't. So we had all this openness, which
exactly.
I think if you know it, you're like, oh yeah.
But there's only one quadruple A development.
But if you don't, and you've just said, wasn't that something that got crowdfunded like all those years ago, you may be a bit skeptical because you don't. I mean, I generally find that. I mean, I run into people that say, oh, I backed that like 12 years ago. Is it done yet? I'm like, you can play it now if you want. You look at the videos. I mean, you got... At the scale that we've been crowdfunded, it certainly created new opportunities and possibilities because the funding was much stronger than I had originally thought. I mean, because when I originally did it, I thought, oh, I could make a smaller game and it would be more like a privateer or a freelancer.
Hey, man.
Have a cutscene as you go down to a planet, and then you have a little limited area you interact on. And yeah, that's a much more limited design. But because we got all the extra funding, especially early, it's sort of like, oh, well, maybe we could really, go for the brass ring here and like my dream game, not the thing that I would have to do because this was
I am so glad they did this too. I have seen so much pushback against this decision. Who would have rather they delivered the original vision early rather than go for the gusto? Anybody?
into the budget. And so it opened up the scope of the game, which at the time, the community, they voted to say, yes, we would like to do these extra things like procedural planets and all the rest of the stuff. But then when you build the game much bigger, it's just exponentially more complicated, more things to do, so it obviously takes longer. And I guess maybe the only other downside is we're the big thing, and so everyone's like, oh, you know, $1 billion, where are you? What are you doing? And, you know, like, you haven't finished yet. You guys are a scam. You're idiots, blah, blah, blah. You know, and it's like, no, we're just trying to make the best game we possibly can. You know, everyone at Cloud Imperium loves what they do, and they're working really hard to get everything finished as quickly as they possibly
Go big
can.
or go home.
It's a really big, ambitious
yeah.
goal. So maybe that's the only downside is, you know, the success just makes you more visible, and then there's some level of people that kind of like to rag on that. But I'm happy with how it's turned out, just because I'm literally, like I said, getting to build the game of my dreams, and I think it's the game of like a lot of the people are backing this dream, so that's one of the reasons why it works. When I was doing
it's the only reason it works.
You know, I don't know if you remember, but I'd actually talked about doing a freelancer online.
That's a really good point. Like, why it works. Like, it only works because this is a shared dream. I would imagine that most people here dreamt of a game like this. You like the new vision this gave it? Yeah, way better. I opened up the scope, exactly. 2016 SC would have been more like Starfield. Yeah, nobody freaking needed another Starfield. Holy shit, that game. Open space design was sure the right call. Yeah. Exactly. So glad they did this. People whose entire content talking about the game complaining that they should have aimed for the middle. Exactly. 2 to 3 POI per planet, now it's 50K, exactly. Yeah, and that goes to the star system count too. You know, a lot of people, whenever they announced they were going to be shipping 1.0 with 5 star systems, immediately they brought up the 100 as originally promised, but not even beginning to take into account like the sheer scope of the star systems now. Like, shortly after they announced that, I sat down and did the math on EVE Online with what, like 1,000 systems or something, and the amount of places that you could go visit versus what Star System will have with just 5 systems, and the amount of explorable space and POIs and everything in Star Citizen just dwarfs what we will have and what we have in EVE Online today.
And the idea was this living, breathing universe that all these players played in, and it would affect the economy and do everything. And it was sort of when Ultima Online was taking off. And there is an online version of Freelancer that you can play, and I think modders keep it alive, and it's pretty cool. But what Star Citizen is now is sort of like the ultimate evolution of that. It's like the dream of the fully realized, detailed universe that you can go do anything with, you know, millions of other people. And that is the ultimate goal for Star Citizen, and was sort of the original vision that I had when I was talking about Freelancer Online. Much the same way that I think Squadron 42, that we're just in the process of finishing off now, is like the ultimate version of how I would do a Wing Commander with resources that you wouldn't normally get. And I'm actually really quite looking forward to people playing the game, because there's been a lot of work to make the sort of story and the game basically seamless in how it goes in and out. It's very fluid. Star Citizen has high fidelity, but Squadron takes it to another level, because we know it's much more limited in terms of like set pieces and epic action. Those are absolutely like handcrafted and beautiful. And for me, it's my love letter to all the movies that I like grew up with. I hope people like it. Like,
I'm so excited to play this.
So one of the biggest things that...
It's a good point that he brings up though, building the next-gen Wing Commander with resources you would not have otherwise had. All of the tech that went into making Star Citizen possible, like, you would not build that tech for a single-player campaign, you know what I mean? So it's because they have the task of building Star Citizen, they can make Squadron that much better.
Takes us time, is we've had systems that we wrote years ago when people were thinking, oh, the game's not gonna...
Nash, my buddy. Joysticks for the best value to function, go with VKB. If you want money as no object, it feels the best in my hands, go with Virpil.
Need all this, and then we got to go, okay, that system's not good enough. We need to refactor the system so it scales better.
Oh my gosh, Nash.
So we want to have
Hell
as
yeah.
big as possible player environments at the highest concurrency. So we don't quite know what the ceiling is going to be, but with dynamic, it allows us to be much more flexible because we can dynamically spin up more and more servers to sort of collapse down the servers taking care of people. So, I mean, the goal is to have 10,000 plus people in a shard or an instance. Right now, we run 700 to 800 people on one. We'll probably break over 1,000, I'm pretty sure, this year. When we go dynamic, maybe 1,000 to 2,000. There's still optimization that has to happen in like
1,000 to 2,000 with dynamic, but the first version of dynamic.
It's a really interesting like engineering challenge, because like most game programmers don't consider how a game will run when you would have thousands of players. I mean, they usually don't consider when you have thousands of just entities or objects. For me, that's fun because then it makes the universe itself gets alive when you have lots of players. I mean, it's already like in Star Citizen when we went from 100 to 600 to 700 when we did the shards. It's suddenly like you would be at a space station, you can see other players come and go in a way that you wouldn't have done when there was just 100 players and a whole star system. And so you want a universe that feels alive.
Oh yeah.
The problem with the way that we want to do Star Citizen is there's no game engine that like out of the box does the things that we do, and so a lot of what dictated the sort of creation of Star Engine, the vision of being able to essentially have no loading screens, it's all seamless, all first person, super high fidelity and detail, and also have the entire system be persistent. So, you know, if you drop a Coke can in a forest somewhere and walk away, that Coke can is remembered, the state of the universe is remembered, so unless someone comes and takes it, it will still be there if you came back even in a month's time or whatever. Having the tech to sort of do that at that scale, you couldn't get it in Unreal, you couldn't get it in CryEngine, you couldn't get it in any, so we had to build all that. That's one of the biggest reasons of the length and the time and the cost of the project. And I personally think in terms of like a game experience,
we spend so much time talking about dynamic server meshing and all of that, and it's easy to forget the innovation that went into just persistence. You know, and I think it's out of sight, out of mind, because I think they've dialed it back quite a bit, but it seems to me they have no intention of keeping it that way. It just seems to me like they're trying to get the right controls and dials in place so that they can tune this properly by location. But what they did with persistence is extremely, extremely fascinating, and I cannot think of any other MMO that came close, that even took a swing at this problem. Most MMOs, as soon as you drag it out of your bag, the item's deleted. There's some that will let it on the ground for like 5 minutes before it gets auto-cleaned up, right? Is anybody aware of anything that went further than that? Now, I know some single-player games have some longer-term persistence, but that's easy. That's an easy problem to solve on a single-player game. You basically have a local database right there at your PC. Yeah. I can't wait to see pictures of your flight sim setup, Nash. I can't believe you're going all in on this. That's very exciting. For anybody who doesn't know Nash, he led the Unhinged Ashes of Creation chapter. So pour one out for Nash. He's he's been on a wild ride with the collapse of that game. He always swore up and down he would have nothing to do with Star Citizen. And so this is a big moment in the Unhinged gaming community with Nash committing to playing Star Citizen. This is big. I'll have to get him on for an interview at some point. Star Citizen has too much at the moment. They need a good garbage cleaner system. Yeah, man. I mean, that's what I mean with the dials, right? They really need the ability to turn it on whenever it's beneficial to the play experience and dial it back whenever it's not. I'm a carpenter, so I got some plans. I know you do. AI for the dials would make sense, actually. 10% chance Ashes keeps going. I think that is very optimistic, but I would love to see it. I saw a crazy full mobile flight sim setup for SC earlier. It's pretty wild. Seeing all the moving and floating around and shit. Wow. You want the research ship? A lot of people want the research ship. I want to know what research gameplay is going to look like. Does anybody know? I think Chris would prefer a system that strings things in and out as opposed to cleaning them up. Yeah, Zenly, there's the Endeavor. It's a ship that is designed for researching something. I don't know what. Could be blueprints. I'd imagine it's going to be around blueprints in the crafting system. But I think also farming on that ship we saw pictures of. Like bio stuff. It is a post 1.0 ship. That's coming out after 1.0. Yeah, it's modular. I think they're going to come out with medical attachments for it, research facilities. It looked like farming was on the docket for that ship too. Muscavian, another Endeavor fan. Yeah, Nubifier does have crazy rigs, man. Nubifier's awesome. If they do farming, GG, that's all for me. Yeah. There's a lot of people excited about that. They just need like an aquarium attachment for it, so you can put that in there and go fishing. Yeah, you can get biodomes on it. I thought so. My guess is 2029, but I think we'll get beta sooner than that. And I think a lot of people are going to go hard on beta because by then we should have base building and crafting. And I think whenever they deliver beta, they're going to give us a commitment to no more wipe until 1.0. And that's going to give people a nice long stretch to really get in and get their freaking hands in this game. I think we'll have beta within a year of Squadron 42's release. That's my guess. So, end of 2027? The original pitch for research gameplay was you analyze samples, then work with data runners to deliver those. So the topic has been mentioned. Oh, that would be an interesting approach. Super optimistic. Well, you just said 1.0 in 2028, Zero. I'm saying beta end of 2027. How's that more optimistic than yours? All systems in for beta too, I think. I don't know about all systems, but I think the important ones. End of 2027 to 2028 is not 2 years. That's a year. 2 years if they hit 2029. Which is, that's what I'm guessing. Yeah, I think we're going to have a 2-year beta. It's a shame AOC died. All I had to do was survive until they told an AI CD pipeline. Yeah, right. Wish I could buy the source code. Yeah. Oh, you mean all of the star systems? Yeah, I don't know if they'll all be completely done, but it definitely seems like they're taking the approach of delivering the star systems a lot more incrementally and flushing them out while they're in our hands. It wouldn't surprise me if we get Terra before Nyx is even finished. I'm getting old, you know. So am I, Mackie Mus. So am I. I don't think they care. If you want to buy the source code of ARC, I'm sure Rob Dawson wants to sell it. Oh man, that's terrible, dude. Now Scabian, their plan for 1.0 is 5 systems. Yeah, it's the 3 we have plus Terra and help me out, guys. What's the 5th? I'm drawing a total blank. Castra, thank you. Holy crap. Hey, Fault. Thanks for coming out tonight, man. Mackie Mus, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Really appreciate it, man.
Because when you actually get in and experience sort of the freedom that allows you, the sense of you can go anywhere and it's there and it's real. I see a lot of people play, you know, despite all the bugs and all the issues I've got, Star Citizen gives me a sense of freedom that way that I don't get in any other game. Right. And that's enabled by that technology. And so it was definitely worth it to build that. It just took a lot of time to do that. Besides just building something of the scale of Star Citizen, scaling a company to be able to do that is also it's you know, it's like a separate game. You know, so you know, we're now about 1,000 people around the world. We've got 4 studios. That's very different than when you started and you only had a few people working on it, and then it's 20 and then 50. It becomes a big challenge just because it's such a big project and there's so much to do. And then we also,
people don't give this enough credit either. When everybody says, "Oh, you've been working on this for 12 years or whatever," it's like, yeah, but are you really counting the year that they had 50 employees? Or the year that they had 100 employees? Hitman, yeah, the Discord's public. Let me put the links in here. We should definitely talk shop. I have channels on the Discord designed for talking shop, and I would love to compare notes, man. Let me get the links here. Whenever you join, the Discord pops up a little screen asking you what you're there for. If you're there for playing games with us, you can click the game, but you can also click I'm just here for Grolo's channel, and you'll just see the channels associated with my channel here. One of those is Dev Chat. There's another channel called Tech Chat. So those are the ones designed for talking shop. And we just also have a general chat catch-all. You can put anything in there. It really doesn't matter where your stuff ends up. You'll get to the right place. But I have not put these links in the chat yet tonight, so let me do that. Encourage everybody to come visit us. Yeah. Hey, Fault. We're watching this interview with Chris Roberts. People completely ignore the company building side of it. Kind of been elite, really. Seriously. I mean, they have scaled this from 2 people to over 1,000. I mean, shit, dude. Forget building the most immersive Ready Player One style of business or game. That's complex enough. Build a 1,000-person company from scratch once and tell me that's not an achievement. You know what I mean? Like, They have taken on so much in these 12 years. And again, I go back to all the people bitching about a 12-year development timeline. You look at something like Grand Theft Auto 6 and look at its timeline. That thing has been in development for just as long, almost. Well, 12, it's going on 12 years, right? So almost just as long. And that was from an established studio that had all the funding it needed, that had a massive team of developers already in place. Meanwhile, Star Citizen starts with 2 people, just the crowdsource funding, and they had to build everything. They had to build the plane while they were flying it. And people are still bitching about the timeline, and I don't get it. Like, crazy to me. You know what I mean? I talked about that in the video, and I was showing the trend line of the employee count, and I'm like, you can't even count year 1 or year 2 or year 3, really. I mean, they were below 100 employees for all those years, and even after that, it took them 6 years to really get a meaty development team. So they've had 6 years of a meaty development team, and 6 years of a pretty small development team. Yeah, I mean, dude, they made missteps on promise delivery dates, no doubt, and they made poor management decisions along the way. I'm sure. I'm not gonna freaking sit here and point them all out, but have you ever seen a perfect company? I have worked with nothing but companies that have made a travesty of errors and mistakes. So the problem with companies is they're ran by humans. Regarding the stuff we've seen in the last days, you guys think Tencent could be involved in development here? I freaking hope not, dude. I don't think so. I don't think so, Justek. There would be no reason to. I mean, they have so much funding rolling in from users. Let's see what the web says, though. There you go. Based on current available information, Tencent is not directly involved in the development, funding, or ownership of Star Citizen. CIG is an independent developer primarily funded through crowdfunding. No known investment. Some community discussions have historically speculated about Tencent's involvement or potential interest in CIG, but these remain speculative. Yeah. I just don't see why they would. I mean, that would go against everything they're trying to do. Not for much longer, but regarding humans running companies, true. Agree, what company hasn't made some mistakes, but you don't achieve that, what they've, if you're bumbling idiots. Like some people act, exactly. Yeah, people act like they're just bumbling idiots. They don't know what the hell they're doing, and yet they've achieved so much. And if you can't see what they've achieved because of some bugs getting out of your seat, well then, I just call that short-sighted. Unless you're exceptional at surrounding yourself with exceptional people and closely guard that, the scaling problem is a huge barrier to overcome. Yeah, it really is. Scaling is a huge barrier in anything you do. Tech, people, business, all of it. Anyway.
To have the added complexity of it's a live game, so as we're working on it, people are playing.
This too, man. It's been a live game the whole way through development as well. So compare these guys again to Grand Theft Auto 6, which has a full team right out the gate, all the funding they could possibly need right out the gate, and they don't need to run it exposed to the public. So they don't have any of the criticism, none of the eyes on it from the people, nothing. It's 100%, and it's not a massively multiplayer game. They don't have any of those complexities, and they're going on 12 years deep. The only reason I keep mentioning Grand Theft Auto 6 is because it's the only game I can think of that is going for a similar level of fidelity. So, and it gives us a comparison point because there's really not much to compare Star Citizen to. It's got so few peers because the level of ambition required to make something like this is like the risk associated with it outstrips what most companies are willing to tolerate. Rockstar is one of the few. And again, a lot of challenges here that other companies have not had to deal with. Being critical about some of the missteps that COG has over the years doesn't automatically equate to not acknowledging the achievements. Yeah, I'm not saying that, Zero. It's convenient for people to cherry pick what they want to hear, interpret from a conversation, and discount or ignore the full context of the discussion. Yeah, I'm not doing that at all. I know they've made missteps. I acknowledge them. I acknowledge both, right? I acknowledge the mistakes and the gains. Well, I'm not going to say that I acknowledge all the mistakes because I'm not aware of all the mistakes they've made. Am I excited for Light No Fire? Absolutely. I don't think it's going to be an MMO, though, that will keep me for years or anything. But I'm excited to play through it. It looks really good. My only reservation about Light No Fire is I haven't seen any combat. And games like that tend to have subpar combat, so I'm looking forward to seeing combat. That's the only thing I'm worried about. Quality and realism are a big deal for GTA 6, so I can run my strip club. Absolutely, Zinley. I can't wait to visit your strip club. I want to be like the mob boss that, what's his name from the HBO gangster series, The Sopranos? I want to be like that guy. Comes in and just hangs out there. Similar level of fidelity that we know of? Yeah, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen any meaningful gameplay, just a lot of speculation based on previous games in the franchise. Could be a completely different... Yeah, you're right, P-Wolf. I'm just going off what we saw in GTA 5 and assuming it is going to be a substantial step up from GTA 5, which would put it in the neighborhood. But yeah, you're right. I mean, we haven't seen shit. It could be a 4X game. Oh man, Zinley, how are you going to run Zinley's Pleasure Emporium in a 4X game, bro? I don't doubt it, Zero. I don't doubt it at all. I'm sure. I'm just here to debate and go back and forth. I'm not. I have my opinions, and you all have yours, and that's good. We can debate it here. Probably won't and follow the same type of gamers we are used to. Yeah, exactly.
Playing it and we can't be breaking it. So it's sort of like working on the engine of your car in the middle of a race and trying to still stay in the race. Like one of the problems that always happens, I don't know about that. They break it a lot. The game becomes bigger and more featured with more content, more functionality and features. That also means there's more things that can go wrong when you add a new feature. So in terms of the extra testing you've got to do, someone could do something in a system over here and not realize that it breaks something over here. So all that sort of ramps up as the game gets bigger and closer towards finish. I mean, I will say that Star Citizen is never going to stop being developed because it's a live product, so it's going to exist and we'll always be adding content and functionality and features. It'll be a living product. But there is our sort of version of 1.0 is what we would consider, okay, this is the sort of a set of features that describe the Star Citizen experience, and of course we'll add things in the future on top of this, but this is what we consider, it's not alpha anymore, this is the released game, so to speak. We outlined that 2 years ago at CitizenCon, and so that's what we're working towards, and so it was good to sort of finally sort of put a line in it and say, okay, these are all the things that we need to do. So everyone on the development side.
This was really important for them to do. I'm so glad they did this. I have felt a shift in the attitude and perception of people ever since they put this line in the sand, because now we have a target. It definitely felt nebulous before that. Thankfully, I didn't have a whole lot of that period of like nebulousness because I didn't join until 3.17. And so it wasn't long after I joined that we kind of got this plan. I think it was like, 2 years after I joined. But I can imagine for a lot of the people who had been on the ride all along, like this felt like a long time coming.
Has a very focused goal for that, which is great. I mean, look, I started in the game industry in the like mid 80s, and
holy shit, was that Chris?
I mean, look, I started in the game industry in the like mid 80s.
That's not Chris.
And one of the things I always liked about it was sort of that feeling of being on the frontier and doing new stuff and stuff that you didn't think was possible. And so that's definitely what Star Citizen for me is. It's all like, well, can we really do everything at this detail and fidelity with thousands of players all concurrently online at the same time?
Holy shit. Just imagine. Like I don't even think about that. But where he came from to what he's building now. I'm going to go back.
In the game industry in the like mid 80s, and one of the things I always liked about it was sort of
comparing this to what he's building now. I don't know, man. I think about like my grandparents, right, and how they got to see the progression from like the early cars to the ones we have now. I mean, they were there. I don't even know. I would assume, how old would they have been? I don't know, but I remember seeing some of like pictures of their old cars and stuff. And I mean, they were like the old cars, right? And then you fast forward to the ones they were driving later in life with cruise control and all this other stuff. And I don't know, like comparing Wing Commander and then him building what he's building now. It's like, holy shit.
Doing new stuff and stuff that you didn't think was possible. And so that's definitely what Star Citizen for me is. It's all like, well, can we really do everything at this detail and fidelity with thousands of players all concurrently online at the same time?
This is incredible, man.
When we started, it was like, maybe not, but we've sort of stubbornly worked towards there, and still a lot of work, but it sort of feels like we're closer to the finish line than we are from the start line.
There you go, guys. He just committed to being over halfway there. Hey, Bob. Thanks for coming out tonight, man. I bet you wondered what you got yourself into when 3.18 dropped. I really did. I joined in 3.17, and things were running so well when I joined. I mean, I remember joining because I had heard of Star Citizen when it first got kickstarted, but I was just in a point in my life where I wasn't really doing a whole lot of gaming. And so I ignored it. And it just never crossed my radar until a friend from the community lured me into it, 3.17, and I jumped in. And I had heard some of the rumblings, I'll pay to win, there's $10,000 you got to spend to play. Like, I heard all that. I didn't really take that to heart or believe it like a lot of people seem to without doing their own thing, but I don't know, it was always like a maybe later type of game for me. And then whenever they lured me into it and I checked it out, I'm like, dude, what are people complaining about? Like, this feels like a game, and I was impressed with the stability and how well it ran, and the experience obviously is what really locked me in, and I got to play that for a few months. And then 3.18 happened. My character was actually locked out of the game. I could not log into the game for the entire 3.18. So I took all of 3.18 off, even the patch cycles. I didn't go back to the game until 3.19. It was like 6 months. I didn't even log in. Your grandparents' dad had the first car in their town. That's wild, dude. They had one of those Grapes of Wrath trucks. Wow. That was a good video. Thanks for sharing that, P-Wolf. Now is a good time for me to take a quick break and refill my water. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. Just give me one more moment. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I was scarfing down a little food there, but while I was eating, I was catching up on chat. There we go. With how fast AI's been moving, you hardly slept in the past 2 months. It's been wild. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. It's insane. Are you doing a lot of your AI work for or a lot of this AI work for an employer, or for like a side passion project, or self-employed, or what? AI worries me once again. The tech is far in advance of the safeguards. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Bob. I don't think you were here, but we were talking. We watched an interview with the Anthropic CEO, who is behind Cloud Code, and about the feud they are having with the Department of War. Although I know you're in Australia, but there's a feud going on here in America between that AI company and our Department of Defense. Why do we need self-driving cars? I love driving and won't ever hand that over to a machine. I know the feeling. I like driving. I like driving as well. But there's definitely been times in my life where I thought to myself, man, it'd be great to have a self-driving car right now. I think self-driving cars, for example, might make sense for I mean, there's a bunch of cases for them. I think they will probably invade taxi services and that type of thing long before they start replacing cars for regular people. Uber. You know, delivery services, Instacart, that type of thing. Which is perhaps unfortunate because that's employment for people. But, I mean, AI is coming for jobs. There's no doubt about it. OpenAI stepping in and making the deal almost instantly in their place is what was scary to me. Did they really? I didn't even read about that, Zwingli. Holy shit. Are you serious? Damn, that was fast. We just watched the video about Anthropic. Man, I hate fucking New York Times. Wow. Dude, this is why I do YouTube, man. Look at this shit. Ah, I can't stand the internet for news. It's terrible. Probably am missing an ad blocker on this browser. No, I have an ad blocker. I'm just sitting here waiting on the pop-up that takes over my entire screen. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman said on X that his company has come to terms with the Department of Defense for use of its models in their classified network. Post landed hours after rival Anthropic was shut out by the Trump administration. Now, if Anthropic was truly standing on the principles of no autonomous weapons and no mass surveillance, and OpenAI was able to close this deal that fast, what's that tell you about OpenAI? The dystopian future and the world powers are going to continue to act like the way they have been for the past 26 years. Yeah. I knocked doors in Ohio for Andrew Yang for 4 weeks straight. Commercial use is the driver for self-driving cars for sure. Just replacing the person for full service. Yeah. Selling as purchase feelings, just data guy. That makes sense, Zinley. That's kind of how I saw it. Yeah, Sam is definitely a no matter the cost kind of guy. That's the vibes I get as well. Said late Friday night that his company has agreed to terms with the Department of Defense on use of its artificial intelligence models shortly after President Donald Trump said the government won't work with AI rival Anthropic. Tonight we reached an agreement with the Department of War to deploy our models in their classified network. In all of our interactions, the DOW displayed a deep respect for safety and a desire to partner to achieve the best possible outcome. I mean, I'm not going to pass judgment, like, I don't know, but we'll say it's pretty alarming, or pretty concerning. The other concerning thing to me is, in my use, the OpenAI models are so far behind the Anthropic models, it's not even funny. It just feels to me like we're gimping our national defense and our soldiers for no damn good reason. Like, I would much rather see our soldiers have Anthropic models in their hands than OpenAI's bullshit. I haven't seen a meaningful advance in OpenAI's capabilities in like 6+ months, which is forever in the AI race. Has anybody else? Ever heard what's going on with Xbox? Are you talking about the takeover by Instacart? Exec? I did a video on that. I don't think Codex 5.3 is that bad for coding. Yeah, I heard about the Xbox Quick Exec Shift 0. I did a video on it, which was just a clip from last Saturday's conversation. Yeah, they hired the person from Instacart. Anthropic was the first lab to deploy its models across the DoD's classified network and have been trying to negotiate the ongoing terms of its contract with the agency before talks collapsed. The company wanted assurance that its models would not be used for fully autonomous weapons or mass surveillance of Americans, while the DoD wanted Anthropic to agree to let military use models across all lawful use cases. Altman told employees in a Thursday memo that OpenAI shared the same red lines as Anthropic. He said in his post on Friday that the DoD agreed to its restrictions. Now, why would they agree to the restrictions by OpenAI but not Anthropic? That doesn't make any damn sense at all. Yeah, it's not immediately clear why the DoD agreed to accommodate OpenAI and not Anthropic. The government officials have for months criticized Anthropic for allegedly being overly concerned with AI safety. I mean, AI safety is literally how Anthropic got its start. I do think it's in their DNA. Almost said OpenAI will build technical safeguards to ensure its models behave as they should, and that the company will deploy personnel to help with our models to ensure their safety. Interesting. I noticed when I searched on this also came up. No, that's not what I was thinking. Well, yeah, they put out a post because it seems like there's a cancel AI movement, or cancel OpenAI movement going on as a result of this. Not a surprise. Yesterday, we reached an agreement with the Pentagon for deploying advanced AI systems in classified environments, which we requested. Trash Bandicoot, thank you so much for the sub, dude. I really appreciate it. We think our agreement has more guardrails than any previous agreement for classified AI deployments, including Anthropic's. Here's why. We have 3 main red lines that guide our work with the DOW, which are generally shared by several other frontier labs. No use of OpenAI technology for mass or domestic surveillance, no use of OpenAI technology to direct autonomous weapon systems, no use of OpenAI technology for high-stakes automated decisions, e.g. systems such as social credit. Other AI labs have reduced or removed their safety guardrails and rely primarily on usage policies as their primary safeguards in national security deployments. We think our approach better protects against unacceptable use. In our agreement, we protect our red lines through a more expansive, multi-layered approach. We retain full discretion over our safety stack. We deploy via cloud, cleared OpenAI personnel are in the loop, and we have strong contractual protections. This is all in addition to the strong existing protections in U.S. law. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure this is a bunch of bullshit. But it just doesn't make sense why they would have such a feud with Anthropic and then so quickly turn and accept the same terms from somebody else. That just doesn't make sense to me at all. Exactly, I'm calling bullshit, yeah. Full access to government data, including military databases, would help skyrocket OpenAI. Cost per token makes it more efficient. I still use Claude Opus for my main TRD creation. Rules of 3, I have Opus write it, Codex, review the gaps, and iterate, and Composer 1.5 go at it. Nice. Xbox might be looking to power up their microtransaction game. That's what I said, man. The only reason that hire makes any sense at all is for the Xbox store. Anthropic safety employees have been resigning. Why would they resign? It seems to me that Anthropic held the line, and that would be well received by those employees. Department of War should be asking itself, are we the baddies? Kinda. According to PF Chang's rules out about 60% of the population. Oh, that's kind of sad, actually. Need to up your restaurant game if you're making reservations at PF Chang's. I don't think it's possible to overly concerned about AI safety. We need to control it, not the other way around. Yeah, exactly, Bob. I'm definitely put off by that statement. You tell someone AI inherits the designer and programmer's core biases and they don't even know what that means, terrifies me. That's a good point. Fair enough. If I heard correct reporting, the bottom line is the government asked Anthropic to allow their AI to do unethical things. Anthropic refused. Now there will be a fight to which degenerate AI will replace Anthropic. Yeah, that's basically where we're at. I don't think it is my bullets. In my experience, it's not quite as good generally as it's it's not just code though. Like Claude is amazing at getting things done. But I would say that the only place where OpenAI or some of the others still excel is just conversation. Like they're a little bit better having a conversation with you, especially on the speech stuff. But when it comes to generating documents, PowerPoints, managing anything structural, like Claude blows the other ones out of the water. Not just code. I mean, you got a task for a spreadsheet or, you know, a PowerPoint presentation or a document. Don't mess with my PowerPoints. Yeah, anything like that. Like, Claude does exceptionally well. But when you're driving down the road and you want to have a conversation with the AI and you want to hit that little voice button, Claude is not up to par with the other models there. I've only missed the PowerPoint on like a couple meetings, all right? We used Copilot recently to refer to our SharePoint site and produce various reports. They're pretty good. Yeah, I believe it. Anyway, enough of that wormhole. Damn. That was fast. It's been 7 weeks since the last power. It's not been that long. You stop your line. The biases on the media outlets are wild, man. I can tell, like, reading these headlines. I can basically tell you which one it comes from without even looking at the title. I used to work for one of them. Anyway. It's so bad, it really is, man. Like, you got all these up here, like... And then you got Trump's reckless decision to pursue regime change. What the hell's this? Trump says he's dead. Iran says he's commanding the field. So whoever guessed earlier that he was going to be putting out, they were going to be putting out an AI video saying he's still alive, I think you're right on the money. One Pimpin', thanks for coming out, man. And yeah, I appreciate you watching them. You watched 2 hours of Deep Sight tonight? What's a Deep Sight? It's almost tree time. I know there's a lot of people out there that get excited about backstage trees. I think we might get some fights tonight. We didn't get them last time, but I think we might get some tonight. The elected leaders, even more so, have been up their games. Yeah. Just about, Zinley. Are you out there already? $30 we start getting the a lot of spawns, right? You know what other game I've been playing recently, guys? Download complete. Are you serious, Nash? You're lying to me. Send me a screenshot. Almost rib time. That sounds a lot better than tree time. I feel like you're just stringing me along now, Nash. You're trying to keep me excited. What? You really are installing it. That's cool. That's cool. I just wonder if we'll ever get Zinley in there. He seems pretty opposed. We got a couple other games before it's mandatory, Zinley. Don't worry. We got Anvil Empires coming out. That'll be the next mandatory game. Anybody else excited for Anvil Empires? Man, I'm pumped for that game. Really? I want a key for that so bad. I look forward to going flying, Nash. I have been playing one other game recently to support one of our other chapters. One I said I would never play again. I ordered 3 sheets of plywood to build a flight sim. If it works out, I'm going to sell them to buy my ship so I don't get divorced. That's actually a really good strategy, dude. You're big into 3D printing too, right? You could do like a combination of 3D printing, woodworking, make some real nice sim pit stuff. Yeah. Set yourself up a little online shop. Yeah, 2 to 3K. There you go. That'll buy you a big ship. Or a bunch of medium ships. Shop's already set up. There you go. A fully hydraulic automated one that's also cat safe. Oh my god. I don't know, you're gonna be waiting a while, Zinley. I missed a message from one Pimpin. That's weird. Chris Roberts said in a recent interview that the goal is still 10,000 players on a shard. Your thoughts on that? 10,000 players on a shard. By shard, I assume he means region. Yeah, I think 10,000 is a realistic. Well, a region shard. I think 10,000 is a realistic goal. I actually didn't know what their goal line was. But he also mentioned, I mean, we're at 800 players right now on how many DGSs? I gotta remember. Is it 6? 6 DGSs they have per shard right now? So that's unoptimized, right? So if you could get let's just make the math real easy and say we can do 1,000 players across 6 DGSs. That's only 60 DGSs for a 10,000 player shard. That's not a lot. The challenge is, again, the challenge is, there's a couple challenges. One is distributing all that stuff effectively, controlling the cost by spinning things down whenever they're not needed, and coalescing players. That's going to be the challenges. So 10,000 seems very doable to me. Yeah, exactly it, man. That's why I said scaling down things that aren't needed. That's going to be critical because you can easily run 60 DGSs. Now, the specs of those DGSs, I don't know. I'm assuming they're going to be very beefy machines. You don't want to be running all 60 whenever people are not in the area that the DGS is governing. So, you know, it's a cost issue at that point. If in order to support well, I say 60, but that's assuming that all of them are capped out, right? And this is also assuming the optimization hasn't been done yet. So, really, you would need more like, I don't know, between 100 and 200 DGSs to be dynamically configured based on where players were located. So again, yeah, back to Hitman's point, you're going to have to be able to spin down the ones you don't need. So like if you have only 10 players on this one, you spin that down, you let those roll up to the DGS above them. Remember, this is like a layered onion where the root of the onion represents like the whole star system, and then, you know, you got DGSs on top of that that are governing small areas of that star system. So when you spin down a DGS, the players that were on that DGS just fall through to the next one responsible. That is the part of dynamic meshing they have to get right to hit that 10,000 mark. Transmitting data between two ADOBIS satellites in space is faster, isn't it? It may be faster, but getting it back to Earth is not faster. It might be 7 citizen. I don't know. I'm kind of just making up numbers. You can fine tune the math, but you could be right. Could be 7. The ballpark is still going to be between 100 and 200 for 10,000 players. Because they're never going to perfectly congregate on, you know, 6 servers. Or 60. Space data center. Yeah, that's not gonna work. It's a funny idea, but yeah, that would not work. I googled best pre-built PCs today, and all the reviews tell me I need to buy an Alienware. Are you kidding me? Don't buy an Alienware. That's not a good. There's better pre-builts than that. It's crazy to think that we potentially have hundreds and hundreds of players on the same planet. Absolutely will. And the thing is the planets are so large that you could have a couple hundred players on a planet and never run across another one, right? I remember one of the developers talking one time about space, because, you know, players were concerned about population density, not having enough place to spread out, and they're like, if everybody's going to be racing to build in the universe, like, how are you going to fight the problem of, you know, people just crowding each other out? Like, and they were saying that, what was it? I think with if everybody had 10 square mile land claims, you could still fit, oh shit, I forget what it was. It was a very large number of players on a moon, just one moon, and you still wouldn't have the ability to see the next one. It was something like 10,000, 50,000. It was something crazy like that. Think about that, like 10, 50,000, 10 square mile bases on a moon and not being able to see each other. A2 bombs is how you fight the problem with intrusive neighbors. That'll do it. When we flying, Nash? I've been playing a little bit of the Burning Crusade Anniversary Edition too. In support of our World of Warcraft Classic. Blah! In support of our World of Warcraft Classic chapter. Planning on doing 1 or 2 raid nights a week with them. One day I drove 3 hours in one direction on Aberdeen. I barely got anywhere on the map. It looked like I didn't even move away from the ship on the planetary scale. Yeah. Dude, I made that mistake. One of my first times playing the game, Project Nemo. It was the first time we got a bunch of a big group of people together, and we were all going to do a mission, and we started in New Babbage, and we picked up a mission that was going to take us to a cave. It was one of those cave diving missions. And it looked like it was close to New Babbage, so we decided we were just going to drive out of the New Babbage garage and drive there. We did get there, but it took us... It was several hours. It was insane. Like, the scale is hard to appreciate until you've done it. It was probably around that. It was probably 3-4 hours. We were at it. Once we got there, somebody killed themselves to go back and get a spaceship so that we wouldn't have to make the drive back. Yeah, it was a very long drive, but that's crazy. And we were doing it in a one of those the multi-seat things. We had a bunch of people in the back. Actually, I think we drove multiple vehicles. We even had somebody in a tank for some reason. We were just being goofballs, but Nix 1 important. First outing of the new Genesis tech. Yeah, I can't wait for Nix 1. That's going to be incredible. Where do I go for residence? Oh, for residence, Nash. Go to go to Stanton. Then choose you can choose whatever you want, but I think I started on Area 18 this time. So if you want to be in the same... Wait. Yeah. Yeah, I started on Area 18. I'm pretty sure. It won't matter though. You get it wrong. Cool. I'm 10 systems away from my org mate. Getting to them will be a real logistics problem, yeah. The scale might be an Achilles heel if they don't find ways for players to easily connect and play together. It is going to be a logistics problem, but I think it's one that orgs are going to have to plan around. I actually like it, Hitman, because I think it's going to force localization and local gameplay. It'll make orgs kind of congregate in certain areas and then stick together. I want that feeling of distance. Now, EVO Online solved it a different way. I mean, we had that problem in EVO Online a lot, you know what I mean? I'd be doing stuff in one part of the universe, and then the org is 30 jumps away in another sector, and dude, that was annoying. We had to make those long journeys all the time. Eve had autopilot. I don't know that Star Citizen would ever implement something like autopilot. But another way of approaching the problem, which is more connections, you know what I mean? Exploration gameplay could be another way. They've already talked about being able to discover like uncharted wormholes that connect places in different ways. It could be that there's a way of searching for wormholes to connect two distant systems. That would be cool. YouTube, you want an Agent Smith mechanic for a quick drop-in and friends gameplay since NPC crew is planned. Yeah, I mean, that could be a possibility too. But what if you get attacked while Agent Smith is playing? I tried walking around Lorville, someone shot me. I was happy about that. It's a long way on foot. That's funny, Bob. How long did it take to almost get around Lorville? It's either or. I'm either playing as my character or Agent Smithing into a friend's. I don't understand how that works, though. Oh, I see what you mean, Hitman. I got you. That's an interesting idea. That was an interesting idea. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I have to give that some thought. It's still... I think it still would make the universe feel smaller. Because imagine, like, org level warfare, right? If you have a javelin, or a fleet of javelins and Idrises and everything else sitting there with a bunch of NPC crew on them, and you have your entire 100-person org just teleport to the capital ships and become NPCs in order to man the capital ship. That seems like not the game I want. Spectrum app where you book flights offline, that'd be cool. An hour? You went 2/3 of the way? Yeah, that's crazy, man. The scale is something else. Yeah, that would remove the logistics and preparation from the game loop. If you want to attack another org, you would just make sure everyone is prepared. You should make everyone... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to defend your base, saying, yeah. Yeah, that's another good point. Imagine just having a bunch of NPCs at the base and everybody just teleports to them if the base gets in trouble. I would not like that. I understand the desire, but I think that would need to be thought through very carefully. I hope it's massive. I would love to get to 100 star systems with the current level of fidelity. Or I'm sorry, yeah, with the current level of fidelity. Could you imagine? I don't know that we'd ever need to get to elite scale. But I think if we could get to 100, that would be something else. But in order to support a system that large, you would need so much more than 10,000 players on a shard. You would need a million player shard. Wouldn't that be something else? That's what I was saying. Hi, Jonas. I think yeah, see you, Zero. Have a good night, man. Hi, Jonas. I think one of the things they mentioned for exploration gameplay was wormhole discovery. I think that could tie in nicely with you know, getting and meeting up with friends. Thanks, Zinley. We need to scale to the point where it feels scary, but still lived in with those populated centers. Yeah. Yeah, I want it to feel vast, but still like there's people. I agree. I want it to be vast. Like, I would love to have unpopulated places, you know what I mean? I would love to see planetary systems pop up that don't have any spaceports, no buildings at all. Like, they're kind of the frontier, you know what I mean? Those areas would be entirely player built and supported, so you wouldn't get stations there unless players built them. If they did that and they just started scaling out and out and out and allowed us to do some real true exploration and frontier style living on the edge, that would be amazing. But still have those core high security areas, you know what I mean, where it feels very lived in, a lot of players. Thanks, Bob. Something else I'm really excited about and feel strongly about is survival gameplay. How do people here feel about survival gameplay in Star Citizen? Because I've heard mixed messaging on it. I agree. I think it's going to be one of the most important systems in the game. I want food, water to be mandatory. I want shelter to be mandatory. Those things are already in the game, and it's amazing. Oxygen, atmosphere, all that stuff. Like, the more the better. Radiation awareness, everything. Crash your ship, survive, and just LFG off to safety, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exploration and base building, I agree. Like, I want the experience of having to land on a planet because I'm out of fuel or something like that. And just having to survive the elements, get caught in a storm, crash land, whatever. I want all those experiences, man. I'm okay if I have to die to get through it, but caught in a storm, running out of oxygen, running out of food, like all that stuff, I think would just all adds to the tempo, to like that feeling like you're not quite cut out to be out here, you know? And I'm jonesing for that. You draw the line at hygiene. Don't want to spend gameplay sessions taking care of the triple. I'm okay with a hygiene meter. Like, as long as it can be filled in any manner, right? I don't want to have to be forced to go to the bathroom, but if I can, like, step in and out of a shower, or like, I don't know how all you could do it, but like, to me, that's part of survival. Like, if I'm living on the in a cave on the side of a mountain for a long time, yeah, we don't need to poop. But like, if I've been out there for days on end in the wilderness, and like, I don't even know what the hygiene meter's gonna do, but it really depends on what it does and what the impacts are. Yeah. That's definitely, I'm with you though, Hitman. That's definitely one of those, like, gray areas, because I can see that working a lot better in a single player campaign than I can an MMO. Like a single player campaign where you're interacting with a lot of NPCs and you got quest gameplay and all that kind of stuff. I could imagine that weaving in better. I think there's even mods that introduce that to Skyrim, for example. But how it affects things in an MMO, I'm not sure. Survival would play into the idea of having systems without outposts and stations. Yeah, it would require players to plan and be ready for the dangers of the frontier. Exactly, Wolf. Exactly. That's what I want to see so bad. I want to have my ship stocked. I want to have to plan for every possible scenario, and if I encounter a scenario that I did not plan for, it should be freaking hard to come out of that, you know? Where you at, Zinley? I don't see you. Well, I gotta jump in so I can hear instructions here. Hygiene is good for social interactions with NPCs and how easily you are detected by wildlife. Spoken like a true Australian, Bob. I don't mean that a negative way. Please don't ever take anything I say that way. But I remember watching, might have been a Crocodile Dundee movie where he was talking about being downwind of an animal or something. It was so funny. Man. Those Crocodile Dundee movies were some of my favorite growing up, man. Rip Paul Hogan, I know, right? All the good ones go. That's not a knife. This is a knife. That dude was my hero in my formative years. Blue X Green. Oh yeah, you want a debate? My fear is a game for everyone is a game for no one. Put too much survival stuff in. You alienate people wanting to play Spaceman. Put in weak survival gameplay as a compromise. And you just placed inconvenience without good gameplay for everyone. Never would, Gorilla. Normally I would agree with you, Blue X Green, but I think Star Citizen needs to go broad. It needs to go for everyone. The scope is so grand that I think the key thing in your statement is that is game, and I think Star Citizen's going to be more than a game. I really do. I understand it's just a game, but I think for a lot of people it's going to be that third place. You know what I mean? And a lot of games have shredded that line in the past. I mean, World of Warcraft treaded that line for a long time. I agree with what you're saying, though. It's a line to be walked for sure. I agree. There's a difference between being for everyone and having something for everyone. I agree with that. But I think what Star Citizen needs to be is a high fidelity Second Life experience. And to do that, it needs a lot of I don't know where the hell I'm going. It needs a lot of the mundane. You have the same concern over breadth of gameplay without appropriate channels to skip blank gameplay loops. I don't want to have to mine. I'm a combat jockey. I need to find effective ways to channel interest. I agree with that. I don't think the goal is to, like, EVE Online is a good example, or this game that I'm playing right now is a good example. I mean, in EVE Online, nothing gets done without mining happening. But that creates that that economic loop between the combat jockeys and the people who like logging in, kicking back, and mining some rocks. You know what I mean? They depend on each other, and that's how you solve that, man. In this game, all the gear I'm wearing took an enormous amount of crafting, grinding, and resource gathering operations, and I didn't do any of that. You know, that was all clan activities. Like, my service to the clan is organizing activities out here in Lioness and doing that type of thing. So it's a symbiotic relationship with all the other people I'm playing with, and I think that's what Star Citizen needs to be. It all needs to be there. It all needs to be part of the game, and that's what's going to build connections, emergent gameplay, and the social dynamics that we need to be living in a universe that feels alive. That's where my mind's at. I kind of want the everything game, but my concern is something like survival gameplay would be imposed on everyone, right? Yeah. I mean, it absolutely will be imposed on everyone. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think I don't think survival gameplay is going to survival gameplay isn't going to disrupt the combat jockey. I mean, you have it now. You got to stop to drink and eat. It's not that imposing. But you could definitely make the case for the hygiene stuff, Hitman. I'm not going to argue that too far. Like I said, I think that fits better in a solo player game than it does in MMO, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know how you implement that in an MMO and make it feel good. I will withhold judgment until I see it. Yeah, I hear you on the kitchen thing, Hitman, but what about your org just keeps you stocked with protein bars? And you just pull one out of your pocket every once in a while and slam it down, you know? Not a big deal. Being bribed by native haptics. With the VR support to accept extended survival mechanics? Yeah. Chris's approach to VR is solid. Hearing him compare Star Citizen to Ready Player One. That was good. You want to really survive? Yeah, right. You judging me, Zinley? Well, then get me some good food. This is actually food I looted off somebody. I'm eating the food of my enemies. Won't be long, I'm serious, when I said we've passed the singularity event horizon. Yeah, we really have. It's insane, Hitman. Like, were you a software engineer before Hitman? You mentioned a lot of project-oriented stuff, so I'm just checking. What game is this? This is PAX Day. Captain Nemo. I lead a multi-gaming community, and we play a lot of games, and I support them all. Saturday nights I support PAX Day, and Tuesday nights. Well, I don't support all of them. I'm not actively playing all of them, but I actively play several of them. Star Citizen, obviously, PAX Day, and I'm currently playing a little Burning Crusade Anniversary Edition. And I was playing some Ashes of Creation until that burned down. It has skills. You can see on the bottom of my screen, these icons right here. Those are my skills that are provided by armor. So, your skills are armor based. It's based on what you wear, kind of like there's some other games like that. New World. There's a popular mobile one that's like that too. I don't know off the top of my head what else, but yeah. So if you want to change your class or your role, you just change your gear. But you level up each item, so you kind of grow in power a little bit that way. Population on this game is pretty low at the moment. There's definitely some work to be done on it, but they seem to have found a spot where they can sustain their current development team with the money coming in from subscriptions, so fingers crossed that they can continue to improve this game and it becomes something that a lot of players enjoy in the future. Looks like a big map. This is just one of the maps, Bob. This is there's 5 maps of that size. They're connected by gates that you got to pass through to change maps. We are currently chopping mornwood trees. These things are required to sustain your claims out here. We have 2 shrines claimed. And so we come out here on Tuesdays and Saturdays and usually one other day to do some chopping. So we can sustain our shrines, upgrade our shrines. Haven't seen you mention thoughts on VR and SC. Any comments on it? I think Star Citizen's going to put VR on the map. I think as a technology, like, it's not mature enough for me personally to adopt. I will adopt VR whenever it can be built into my glasses, and it's no heavier than that. That's when I will adopt VR. But I think having full-blown support for VR in a game of Star Citizen's scope and scale, well, like I said, it'll put VR on the map. I think anything that came before will be like child's play, you know. I think oh my gosh. Girl needs a res. But yeah, I think VR and Star Citizen will make all VR before it look like Child's Play, is what I think. I think it'll be so far ahead of other VR implementations that, or like other VR offerings, that it'll basically become synonymous with Star Citizen for a while until others catch up. Gonna be a big deal. You're still looking for an open world, all-terrain, relax exploration game, climbing, propelling, grappling. I don't know. What are some good options there? I did just yeet myself off a cliff, Wolf. I'm pretty renowned for doing so. Runs in the family. Yeah, it really does. With the fidelity of interaction, it needs head tracking? What do you mean by that? Oh, hand tracking. Got you. Yeah. There's some headsets that have a little bit of that, right? Like Apple's VR headset, you can control with your hand. Or AR headset, whatever you want to call it. I haven't ever used one, so I don't know how it works, but... Do you have any idea how that works, Hitman? Like when Apple demonstrated that was the first time I had seen it, and I'm like, how are they doing that? How are you processing hand motion from a headset? Especially in that implementation, because you weren't putting any Bluetooth on the hand, so there was some way it was tracking it. I don't know. I've never looked into it. I would love to look into that. You know how that works? I would be very curious to know. Is this how daycare rally and PAX Day looks? Is this how the daycare rally and PAX Day looks? What does that mean? Yeah, we're out to do something in particular. We're out to cut these trees down. This tree you're looking at right here. You mean the Daymar rally? Yeah, we're just chopping these trees down. If you look at the map, they are spawning at certain points. So we know where they spawn, and we're moving to them to chop them down. There's a lot of running in this game. A lot of people call it a running simulator. Got a feeling you need outside in tracking if you aren't using actual hand controllers. Yeah, I have no idea, Bob. I would love to know how it works, though. I need pictures, I think. Like, I wonder, is it like a downward sensor from the headset that is monitoring the hand? I guess I could see, like, if, like, out here at the edge, they had, like, a down pointing sensor to, like, see what you were doing with your hand. I could see that. Gotcha. That makes sense. Downward cameras, that makes sense. You guys know more than I do about it. Stereoscopic to calculate depth for relative finger positions? That's crazy. Probably only a matter of time till Star Citizen gets it then. Well, I guess they just need one of the VR vendors to support it. It's not for me yet either, Starship. When it's the size of my eyeglasses, that's when I will consider it a monitor replacement. Yeah, I used Track IR for a long time, but the Tobii eye tracker is so much better. I resisted getting it for a long time because I thought it was literally just eye tracking. When I first heard about it, I'm like, I don't want an eye tracker. Like, I was afraid it would, like, just be too janky, you know what I mean? Like, just accidentally move my eyes and my friggin' screen goes wide or something. I should have looked into it sooner. Because just that belief is why I got the Track IR. And then I was talking to one of my org mates one time, and we were talking about it, and he was like, no, that's not how it works. I mean, it can track your eyes, but it can also just do head movement. He convinced me to try it. I tried it. I'm like, holy shit, this is so much nicer not having to put some on my head. Cool, Wolf. I don't know anything about VR vendors. I haven't really ever looked into acquiring the hardware, so I don't know. But that's cool. The biggest blocker on wide-scale VR adoption. That's why 3D TVs failed. Nobody wants to wear something on their face for a 3-hour session. Yeah, exactly. I sure as hell don't. But I firmly believe that eventually it'll shrink. Just like supercomputers shrink from a server room to our pocket, right? So eventually it'll be my eyeglasses. And I think we're seeing a big investment and commitment from CIG because the game they're building is they are planning for 20, 30, 40 years. And when you're planning for something on that time scale, just think about the technology we're going to have in 20 years. Think about what VR will be like in 20 years. Like, you have to start building support for it now. They understand that. Yeah, the Toby's awesome, Hitman. It's just mounted right under my monitor. I don't even have to think about it. It just kicks in whenever I fire up Star Citizen. Nothing on my face. It's so nice. External hologram projector would be sick. Anybody else playing TBC Anniversary? Can't believe I'm playing it again. My third time playing through TBC. I'm only playing it because of the crew. I really like the group of people playing, so. I'll go raid once a week. Like a Virtue Luma Cyber XR. They released Cyberpunk. It looks like the glasses you currently wear, just with XR. That's what we need. That's whenever I will do VR. That is when I will do VR. What are the best... What's the best glasses you can get right now? I want the best, lightest ones.
This is the Megain X from Shift.
Look at this. This is still way
gotta be
too
careful
big.
when saying that name. One is supposed to be one of the best looking, visually speaking,
Way too
virtual
big
reality
still.
headsets
No way.
hitting the market
I don't
this
want that on
year
my head.
with some weird and awesome quirks and
This
accessories
is an
specifically
8K
made for
ultralight
real VR
enthusiast
enthusiasts
VR headset.
like us. Ethan here, so welcome to the VRTech channel. I apologize for the lack of
I'm not
videos
gonna sit
lately,
around
but
on
I've
my
been
face.
very sick. Probably you can still tell from my hand virtual reality headset. Extra small and extra light, as the name will suggest, specifically made for high-end users and VR enthusiasts.
I will say it
because
looks a
this
hell of a lot
thing,
better
even
than
if
it
in
did
the super small form factor, packs pretty
5
much
years ago.
every single feature that someone
But
will want
it's
to
still not there
have
for me.
to enhance comfort, to have the best visuals possible, and to have like also very weird controllers to have a better interaction in VR.
Bigscreen
I
Beyond
actually had
too,
a
alright, let
private
me look that
demo
up.
with it, and then you can tell that the creators were super excited.
That looks better. Dude, I freaking hate
With a Toyota, affordability isn't
that Reddit insists on embedding videos because it does it with ads.
This is the world's smallest VR headset, the Bigscreen Beyond 2, just 107 grams. That's actually lighter
Yeah,
than the
these look
banana
better.
in the thumbnail. I purchased it myself because I wanted this review to be completely unbiased. I placed my order in March and it just arrived at the end of August. Question is, did we wait for a tiny miracle or a micro disaster? We'll look
But
at the
even
hardware,
the
visuals,
something
comfort,
tells
and
me
what it's
they would
actually
wear on
like
my
to live
face
with.
after a
So
while.
let's do this. Starting
But
off with the hardware,
like, I look at this
obviously
and I
this
think,
thing
damn,
is
we're getting
tiny,
close.
and I knew that, but actually holding it for the very first time and the tech with a kind of precision, small and pretty hard to see. It works, but it's nowhere near as smooth as something like the Quest 3's dial system. And here's got 100 distance is actually higher than most, and that's not a good thing. Now, according to Wimfa of my bike, then comes the glare. It's not constant and it's not the worst I've ever seen, but it's there. You get the graphics are a bit of a mixed bag. Is actually very comfortable and especially great for lying down, but it does tend to slip a lot. They do
Yeah, we're
include
getting
an
close.
optional top strap
That's
to
still
help
a
with
little-
that, and it does, but I still found myself
I mean,
readjusting
obviously, he
this
needs the
more
top
than what
head
I'd
strap.
like. That's why I ordered the audio strap. Comfort-wise, it's excellent. The only annoyance is that the built-in headphones
Looking pretty good,
can
though.
snag your ears while you're putting it on, but just fold them up first and you're good. Once it's on, it feels great and you don't have to ruin the sleek form factor by wearing external headphones or dangling IEMs. So comfort for me ended up being a story of expectations versus reality. The lightness and the custom scan set me up for a miracle, though in practice I had to tweak it to get there. But despite
Imagine
all
where
that,
we'll be in another
performance
10
and
years.
actually using the headset daily matters a lot, so
Hell, even
let's
5.
talk about that. Specs on paper are one thing, but the real test is how does it actually feel when you use it? And let's start with a big one, refresh rate. At full 2560 by 2560 resolution
Oh, you
per
have
eye,
one?
the Beyond 2 runs at 75
How's it
hertz.
feel after
You
eight-
can bump
after
that
like
up to
8 hours
90
of
hertz,
wear?
but that drops the render resolution to 1920 by 1920 per eye and then upscales it back. So you gain speed, but you lose sharpness, and it is very noticeable. I thought 75 Hz would be a deal breaker because on any of my LCD headsets, I could never bear 72 Hz mode. But here's the surprise, it feels way smoother than I expected. In fact, motion looks closer to 90 Hz on LCD
You went a bit
headsets.
further
So
and got
this
an
is
Apple
one
Vision
area
Pro
where the
dual net
OLED
headband.
panels are
Free
working their
premium mount
magic.
for it.
It's not perfect, but way
I'm
better
ready for
than
Ready
my
Player
fear
One.
going
Me
in.
too,
On a
Zenly.
5090,
I
I
just
could
wanna
super
jack
sample
in.
to 200% in Automobilista 2 and hold 75 Hz with a full grid.
Still
The
feels
difference
great,
in
but it does
clarity
get
was
warm.
dramatic, especially in sims and slower paced titles where you can savor the details. Not every game cooperated though. iRacing, for example, started
fan or
creaking
something?
when I went past
Nice.
100% resolution with everything maxed out in the game. And that brings me to the focal distance and binocular overlap issues. In iRacing's Formula cars, the center halo pole
you played
made
Star
it
Citizen
really
with it?
difficult to focus on the road. With the Beyond 2 optics, that made me feel almost cross-eyed, and it was distracting enough that I wouldn't want to race long sessions like that. Few hours, the custom facial interface traps some warmth and sweat. It's not unbearable, but it is noticeable. Bigscreen's upcoming Halo strap is supposed to improve airflow, mine's on pre-order, so fingers crossed it ships on time. So in daily use, the Beyond 2 doesn't feel like a miracle across the board, but it does something that no other headset has for me. Once you're in, it almost disappears, and that's a big win.
How is it?
And it brings us to the big
Is it
question.
like seeing the future?
Should you buy it? Well, not until you see one last issue that nearly made me return mine. So after weeks of testing, I was almost ready to call this my daily driver, but there was this one issue that kept happening, which nearly made me box it up and send it back. For me, surprisingly enough, it was the binocular overlap and focal distance. It hit me hardest in
Nice
iRacing,
catch,
but any game that puts UI or props too close can trigger the same strain. That's not something every headset does, and it's distracting enough that for a moment I thought maybe because I worked past it and the Beyond 2 started to make sense in a way no other headset has. So is the Bigscreen Beyond 2 a tiny miracle or a micro disaster? For me, it's neither, and both. Here's the truth, this headset doesn't crush the competition in clarity or color.
This is your current
It's
setup?
neither, and both. Here's the truth, this headset doesn't crush the competition in clarity or colors or refresh rate. The glare is real, persistence blur exists, the focal distance quirks could throw some people off. But then there's the size, the weight,
What's that, bub?
the fact that once you set it up right, it almost disappears on your face. That's the miracle. No other headset I've tried makes VR feel this physically effortless, and that alone has made it my daily driver for PC VR. Now, let me split this verdict two ways, depending on who you are. If you've been waiting on your pre-order for months, yes, there are quirks, but if comfort and immersion matter most to you, then I'd say it's worth holding out for. Canceling now would mean missing out on the
Velocity,
one thing
what about
no
Star
other
Citizen
headset can match. How
specifically,
invisible
though?
this feels when you're inside
Like just
VR.
playing Star
If you're
Citizen with
just
a headset
considering
like
this
this,
now
feel
as
like
a
the
potential
future of
buyer,
game?
ask yourself what you care about the most. If you need absolute top-tier visuals or an extra high field
And
of
is-
view,
am
then
I right
you'll be
in
happier
saying
elsewhere.
that,
But if you want a headset that
Star
prioritizes
Citizen's gonna put
size,
VR on
weight,
the map?
and
I mean, is
comfort
there
above
anything
everything, then
that comes
the
remotely
Beyond 2 is in a
close?
league of its own. So no, it's not a miracle headset across the board. For me, this
I'm assuming
wasn't
if you have
about
these,
the
you have other
sharpest
VR
screens
titles.
or about the widest FOV. The miracle is that I forget I'm even wearing a headset.
Gotcha.
Cheers, guys.
Well, this was the other thing I was told to check out. X-Reel.
I travel quite a bit, and for the past few
No
years
man's
now,
sky
I've
is
always bought a
satisfactory.
pair of X-Reel glasses with me. I'm a big fan of these things because whatever you plug them into, it's just literally a USB-C on one side and the same on the other. Plug it into your phone, your laptop, your handheld games console, and then you get a big old screen right in front of your face. Perfect for the long-haul flight where you can do work if you haven't got room to set up your 16-inch laptop, or for relaxing with a movie right in front of your eyes, or if you're in a hotel room and want a bigger screen for your movies or your work, whatever it is. These guys have been around for a few years now, but there is a new one, and there's this thing. The color accuracy's gone from 100 to 108% of the sRGB gamut. The 1080p resolution has been bumped up to 1200p, meaning we've gone from 16 by 9 to
A
16
floating
by
TV.
10, a little bit taller. The field of view has gone from 50 degrees to 52, although still a little bit shy of the 57 on the Pros, and we get a 120 Hz refresh rate. The One S is actually the lenses, so the Pros are still the flagship glasses, but the One S does pretty much everything that the higher-end AR glasses can do without breaking the bank. And of course we have the electrochromic dimming, which means you can change the transparency of the lenses. You can probably see there how it's blacking out the screen, which makes it a lot easier to watch movies, do work, whatever it is. But wait, there's more. Another big upgrade with this One S, also coming to the Pro
These are
via an
just,
update,
this look like
is the ability to upscale
pretty
anything
fat
from
glasses.
2D to 3D. You don't have to download an app, there's no software or DRM restrictions here. Anything can be 3D. YouTube, Netflix, Hulu, your photos, videos, games. And you've also got two screen modes. You've got Follow, which is the default, where well, it'll follow you around wherever you look with your head. The screen will stay in front of you. But then you've also got anchor mode. This locks that screen in the same place within the virtual world, so I can look around and, well, see what's around me, and then the screen stays in the same place. Now, as always with X-Reels, it's not the easiest to actually demonstrate this.
Is VR like standard? I mean, will any VR headset run like any VR title? I thought in the beginning it was pretty proprietary.
Hi and welcome to this Ask Me Anything. So, you absolutely see that GPU.
I'm not really seeing it though.
Today I get a really exciting get rid of the head strap if you click on that button there. So as you can tell, it's very modular and you can exchange the head strap very easily. Yeah, so again,
this looks quite a bit bigger than the one you have.
Strap. The first customers will get it until the 3D strap is ready, and then everyone will get the 3D strap, and those who got the 2D strap will also get the 3D strap, which is like the Apple Vision Pro strap. Okay, let's have a look here at the facial
VR
interface.
Native or OpenXR.
I have to
So
tell you, this is not
standards.
the final one, right? They still are improving this and does still need some improvements. So first of all, I personally don't really like PU leather. I prefer some cloth style facial interfaces, but I know also some people really
Can OpenXR
enjoy
run
these
Steam
PU leather
VR?
ones. Direct comparison with the Dream Air, and just check out how much bigger the Dream Air lenses are. Okay, the device is like 1,000 euros more expensive, even a bit more, but yeah, the lenses, oh my goodness, they are really much bigger. Now let's compare this with the Bigscreen Beyond 2, and here you can tell, okay, very similar in size, and probably even the same lenses or very, very similar lenses. For the Dream Air, we have like motorized IPD adjustment. That's something that we don't have with the Bigscreen Beyond 2.
Interesting.
Seems all this ground.
We're closer than I thought we
is
are. That's for sure. But,
not a concern. These extra 1,000 euros, I believe you have to pay for the Dream Air. Let's still have a good experience, but wow, it's really, it's a difference.
I feel like watching
I would
somebody
go for the
stream
Dream Air.
VR would be a little more
If that price difference of, I don't know,
annoying than watching somebody play on a monitor.
is somehow manageable.
Just watching him right here, like,
just go for the Dream Air.
just seeing the constant jerking
Yeah,
around of the
lenses.
screen
It's
is
the
kind
lenses.
of
stupid.
I don't know that I would
That's how I
like
would
to
say
watch
it.
that.
Yeah, okay, cool. Let's measure the FOV.
I don't know. What's your thoughts?
And then let's come to a conclusion. Oh, by the way, here obviously in the night scene, those brown shifts, no problem.
This is the same reason,
So
like
it might be also like
when I'm
they're
streaming
simply
Star
not bright
Citizen,
enough
I turn
right now.
my Tobii eye tracker off because it just seems to me
Yeah.
like it would annoy the shit out of you guys.
By the way,
like how much I turn my head
motion
and how my
blur?
screen's like moving around all the time. So
No.
I don't use
So they
Tobii
haven't
whenever I'm streaming.
optimized it.
All right, we're heading out. I'm sorry, can you repeat that order? Sorry guys, gotta cover the screen for just a moment. I think the hurdle for VR is the hardware. Yeah, I mean, it's going to continue to improve, though. It's going to get smaller, lighter. The content problem is real, T-Wolf. But I think Star Citizen is going to be so big, and it will... Sorry, I got people talking in my ear. I think that the splash that Star Citizen is going to make on the VR scene is going to solve the content problem for a lot of people. Watch the movie Hardcore Henry. Couldn't stand the cinematography. That's what streaming VR would be like. Yeah, that's my point, Hitman. The eye tracker didn't bother you? Interesting. Yeah, there's only so much content you find interesting on VR. Obviously, Star Citizen. I found the virtual pinball arcade kind of thought to be fun. Also have the Halo mount pre-ordered. Nice. Put a virtual pinball machine in your home? Yeah, that kind of stuff's cool. I get excited about AR just as much, if not more, than VR. I think AR also has a lot of promise. I mean, one of the biggest selling points of the Apple demonstration, whenever they first released their VR headset, was the big screen TV on an airplane. I'm like, oh, I don't fly at all anymore, but I used to fly a lot whenever I was on site in San Francisco, and man, if I had that when I was flying, I would have put the big thing on my head, at least for the airplane flight, just to be able to freaking shut the world out and focus on the TV screen. AR has a much wider application, yeah, for sure. Eventually, whenever it's the size of eyeglasses, AR will, I expect, to just integrate with life. Like minute to minute, you know? Have a good night, Starship. Thanks for coming out, man. Really appreciate you stopping by and being here. You guys make these streams fun. I just had somebody share a video with me that we'll maybe check out here in a moment. During the next break in the action here. Well, we better start getting some gold. We got some upgrades to do. Mr. Scooter, what's up? What brings you to these parts? Blue X Green, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, man. Talk to you later. Living the dream. Hell yeah. So far tonight, we have looked at the insane world news. We looked at a video that was put out, the interview of the Anthropic CEO about the falling out they had with the Pentagon. And then I learned that OpenAI scooped up the contract within hours, which doesn't bode well. We watched an interview with Chris Roberts. Very cool. He talked about Star Citizen 1.0 and some other stuff. Confirmed his goal is still 10,000 players in a shard, and he thinks with early versions of dynamic meshing we'll get 1 to 2,000. Nash bought Star Citizen. I am so looking forward to flying with Nash. I can't even tell you how much. He also ordered some plywood to build himself a sim pit. Looked at VR glasses. I'm impressed. They're smaller They're getting more capable than I thought they were, but they're still not quite to where they need to be for me. But it looks like it might not be too long. And right now, I'm helping the clan chop down trees for our shrines and lioness. Nash bought Star Citizen. What starter pack did you get, Nash? What's your what ship you got? Nice, nice. No, I wouldn't expect you to. But I think there's like 2 or 3 options in the 45 to 65 range. So I was just curious which one you got. I think which one is the 45? I don't even know. That's the most popular one in the verse, right? That's the drawing total blank. Whatever it is. We will take that puppy out. Yeah. One second. My better half's giving me a hard time. And I stopped auto running. Gosh dang it. Sorry, I gotta turn the camera off for just a second. She brought me some food. I'm hungry. And I cannot eat on cam. But I'm still here. Mustang, that's it. Thank you. Warped right into the side of a spaceport. Hell yeah. You're getting the proper experience. Hell yeah, Nash. Nash, you might be the first person that profited off playing Star Citizen. I'm with you, Hitman. I was in that boat for a long time. I finally came clean. Sorry. Sorry, I thought I was muted. Really? Think I would? What's up, Tontus? No, they didn't stand a chance, Thomas. We came across the server line. There was, what, 2v1. I don't even know how many of us there are. I don't know how to, Alright, I was seeing if I figure out how to change my stream time. And then we will check out that video. Because we got a break here. I'm so bad at Twitch. Creator dashboard stream. Edit. No idea. I give up. Zinley play SC with Nash. SC isn't good enough to hook me yet. Zinley. Yet. Wait till they have crafting and base building. That's my last hope of being hooked in the next 2 years, it looks like. Yeah. It'll get there. It'll get there. What have I doing here? No. Is there PvP in SC? Yeah, there's PvP in SC. It's a free-for-all. Full loot PvP. Let's check us out.
My friend.
Yeah. Adding that very soon after this attack took place.
Somebody said we can see the Iranians' people response to the attack in this video. Let's just watch a few minutes of it.
The missiles began coming into Israel, and we heard alarm after alarm, and we had to rush into bomb shelters. I would say more than 15 times. I think this is the most amount of times that I had to go into bomb shelters with my family. We just were in a bomb shelters about an hour and a half ago, and this has been going on all day. So for me, it was in and out of bomb shelters, giving reports, and thank you for having me here now on TPN.
Yes, my friend, we appreciate you, Yair, and we know it's past 1 in the morning in Israel right now. You mentioned a key point there. The element of surprise. It seems, Yair, that the Iranian regime was caught completely off guard by this. As you mentioned, usually the U.S. and Israel have conducted these strikes in the dead of night, in darkness. This morning, or Saturday morning, I should say, we had in broad daylight these strikes taking place. The very outset, Yair, ended up with the deaths of at least 40 top Iranian officials, and most of all, Ayatollah Khamenei. Most importantly, the supreme leader is now confirmed dead. Tell us about the importance of that, the ramifications of the demise of Iran's supreme leader.
Yeah, so this evil man, and he is evil, he took hostage the entire nation of Iran, and that's 92 people. Only 10% of the population of the Iranians in Iran actually support this evil man. So this is a dictator that carried out and planned to develop nuclear
Bengals are
weapons,
cool.
threatened to annihilate the United States of America and Israel, called the US the big Satan and Israel the small Satan, developed ballistic missile capabilities and tried to develop intercontinental ballistic missile capabilities that can reach the United States of America. He funded all the terrorist organizations in this region, including Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen, and other Iranian militias in Iraq. This is a major destabilizing factor in the whole world. And the fact that he's no longer with us can mean that the Iranian people, first and foremost, have a future of something better, something to dream for, to look for, cooperation with the outside world, and not just staying in this tyrannical
The
regime.
person who sent me this video said that there was some Iranian responses in here. That's what I wanted to get to. I think he's interviewing
the whole point of this war. This, as you said,
somebody from Israel right now. I'm going to skip ahead.
And we are seeing
this for years, anticipating this day, God willing, the demise of the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism, the wicked Iranian regime. We were talking a bit with Yair, Lisa, about Israel and the U.S. component. What about the Iranian people? A subject you know so well. I've seen footage in Israel today of Iranians celebrating in the streets, setting off fireworks when they learned of Khamenei's death. What's it like on the ground in Iran right now? What does this mean for the Iranian people?
A moment they never thought they would experience, but have been praying for decades. We're talking about 2 generations that have suffered through this, 47 years of dinner table conversations, of parents burying their young children, and then encouraging their other children to go back out onto the streets. It's surreal. It's surreal to watch this myself as an Iranian journalist who was born in the United States, have never stepped foot on Iranian soil, but yet have experienced this side by side the Iranian people for decades, just like you, Eric, I know.
Look, you know the Arab and Muslim world so well. You're meeting with dignitaries in those nations on a frequent basis. It did not escape my attention that the Iranian regime, in their response to this joint operation from the U.S. and Israel, of course, have launched ballistic missiles at Israel in response, but also
against what the unknown is going to bring here in the next week. But the next 72 hours, with the amount of aggression the U.S. and Israel are going to put in, what they're going to hit the ground with, the Iranian people have an opportunity here, and Pahlavi in the wings. Yeah. Let's see how this plays out, because the best scenario is a migrated IRGC surrendering.
Because there's a move of God that is going forth in that land. We're talking about tens of thousands of people coming to Christ since, I say, about 50
back to Israel to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem.
The sirens alarms have been activated, and we are all instructed to go into protective spaces. This is happening 18 times already, just today. So far, the anti-rocket defense
brings salvation
to tens of thousands, if not millions. But Lord, right now that you begin to
see you again soon. And folks, as we're drawing to a close here, this 1-hour special live broadcast, War in Iran, it's here. You know, we talk about the...
Yeah, I'm not seeing any actual Iranian response. That's what I was looking for. Who is this dude? This is giving AI? I don't know. I don't know who that was. I don't even know what network that was, or... No idea. Somebody linked it to me saying that there was an Iranian response in there, but I didn't see it. I'd be curious to see what the Iranians had to say. Bengals are cool. Where Nash, you've been in the game for, what, an hour? And you're already looking at Bengals? You're going to have to sell a lot of SimPit configurations, buddy. Oh, talking about your cat. Okay, there's a starship in Star Citizen called a Bengal. I'll put the links in chat here. Anybody looking for the best gaming community on Earth, there you go. Look no further. We are getting closer and closer on our new gaming community platform. It's going to be freaking sweet, guys. The Maine Coon battle cruiser. You guys are just making fun of me now. Yeah, it will be the sickest. Kilometer long. Imagine, Nash, what you could do with a 1 kilometer ship. Is that the ship that's going to have, like, its own railway? Like, its own subway system? Pontus? I'm pretty sure. Flying into the side of a spaceport. Yeah, but think of how much damage you would do. Flying that thing into the side of a spaceport. Why do you think it's going to pale in comparison to the Kraken? Oh, the super ship for the aliens? Yeah. What the hell's that thing called? The, It will pale. I mean, that thing is freaking massive. I forget what it's called. But also the new battle cruiser that I keep teasing, we don't know how big that thing's going to be either. What's the Bengal classified as? Kingship, yeah, that's it, P-Wolf. What's the Bengal? What class of ship is that? Carrier. $476 crew. That's a large raiding party. Thing's pretty badass looking. That's the Javelin. Look at the freaking gun on the bottom of that thing. Wonder what size cannons those are. Holy shit, look at the size of this runway. These are parking spots off the side. Yeah, I'd say that's a fleet carrier. And look on the bottom level there. That's some pretty large ships on the bottom. This is a multi-level deck. Yeah, that means this thing's done. Like, this ship is done if it's in Squadron. That is a massive landing area. I will freaking get so lost in one of these. Bigger than Port Olisar? Yeah, that's gonna be insane, dude. Crazy. Wonder if there's any interiors. Not much of a sneak peek. Dude, Star Citizen shared this 8 years ago.
Time to glitch into the Bengal, take it for a spin? We can try. We can see if we can even get close. Slideshow.
This is called boarding the Bengal?
Feels like it's right in front of it. It's going to just...
Oh, the interior's not done in this video.
We made it onto the
disappointing.
Bengal carrier, I would say.
Hmm. At least the exterior Hitman. Well, from the early videos, it looks like why are there all the deer intestines everywhere? That's disgusting, guys. I mean, from the videos we saw, it looked like some of the interior was there. Unless that's not what they were on in the video. Get into the chair and fly around, sweet. Alright. I gotta go evasive for a little bit, guys. Nash, how you making out in the tutorial? They got you fishing yet? You know what I need? I need a coffee. I'll be right back. Nah, just spawn the Mustang. Nice, dude. Yeah, that's the bridge. That's what I'm talking about. I gotta have a little bit of it done. That time of night, I'm getting cold. Base Heavy DM, new subscriber. Thanks so much, dude. Packs stay worth playing. I'm worn out by all the early access promises that turn out bad. Also got mixed reviews, which isn't good, and thoughts. I mean, I think it's worth playing. I'm in here. It depends what you're looking for. And what your tolerance for growth is. I mean, there's a game here. There is a lot to do from a building, crafting point of view. The combat is fairly rudimentary. If you're looking at it from a 1v1 point of view, the combat gets a lot of fun at larger scale with larger groups. It's very much a sandboxy game. Like, there's no quests or anything like that to do. It's like you got to figure out what you want to do and give yourself a reason to do it and go do it. There's some dungeons, like dungeon content. It's very different from WoW. Like, the dungeons are just like more advanced POIs. POIs in this game are places with NPCs that you kind of go farm for certain components that you use towards crafting or other stuff. Dungeons are just kind of fancier versions of that. It's not like a linear progression through a dungeon with a boss at the end or anything like that. It's just kind of a difficult area that has better tier loot in it. PvP is fun when you can find it. You know, our clan's out here 2-3 nights a week for PvP and supporting our shrines, which are areas that you can claim in the PvP zone and you can build on. I would say people's primary complaints about this game are that the crafting is extremely grindy, very difficult to do solo. It's very much a group activity. And what else? Yeah, a lot of people find the combat to be uninspired. Again, I think the combat is more geared towards group combat rather than solo combat. I'm playing it right now, base heavy, so I'll show you here in a little bit. I just have to hide my screen because, you know, we got opponents that will watch for information and we're making some strategic moves at the moment. Yeah, man, no problem. I'm trying to keep it honest, you know. I'm obviously a supporter of the project. I think that MMOs are in a bad state, man, and this is kind of our last hope if we want a modern fantasy MMO. Just to put it in perspective, I'm also playing a little Burning Crusade Anniversary Edition on the side, because the next best fantasy MMO is over 20 years old now. People have been trying to make the next WoW killer, and it hasn't happened in 20 years. I played ESO for a long time. Yeah, I played ESO for a while. I actually really liked ESO. The only thing that got to me after playing it for a few years was the combat mechanics, man. Like, that is the thing that keeps WoW on top, is that their combat is so freaking engaging and smooth. The thing that drove me nuts about ESO was the light attack weaving. I know it's a small thing, but it drove me absolutely batshit. WoW just has that perfect blend of, like, the cat and mouse game, you know, like the gap closing, the distance creation, the control breaking. Like, it just got such a good mix of all that. I would say the game that came closest to it that I played, I'm sure there's others that I haven't played, was probably New World. But it had a long way to go too. Like, New World did Magic very poorly. Ranged in general, I don't know. It did ranged okay. Like, Magic I thought was not that great done. Bow and Musket was really good. But what it did not do well was the cat and mouse game. Like, snares and ways of controlling mobs were way too weak. You couldn't really play that kiting game at all. Personally, I don't think anyone's gonna be able to get movement correct like WoW has. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody's gotten that gap game right. Of course, Star Citizen completely sidesteps the issue since it's a first-person world, but I'm specifically talking fantasy. Currently hooked on Dune. Dune's a good game. We got a lot of people playing Dune. I've heard good things about the latest patch. I have not tried it. I played a lot of Dune whenever it first came out. I will say that the first week that Dune was out was the most fun I've had in a new game release, and probably since WoW. It was so damn fun, dude. I mean, I sat here with the biggest damn grin on my face playing that. But you know when Dune got boring? It was when everybody got their ornithopters. Games keep making that mistake, man. As soon as everybody takes to the skies, like, it's over. Like, the world's dead. But man, those early days when you're racing around on the sand bikes and the dune buggies and you're trying to evade the big ass sandworm and those things overhead that were hunting you with the spotlights, like, you felt like you were on the edge of your seat, you know what I mean? Like, that was so fun. And then you get into the air and everything's just safe and meh. I'm about to put a counter up my bolts. How do you think... Did you ever play World of Warcraft, my bolts? And if so, how do you think Guild Wars 2 combat compared to World of Warcraft? I played Guild Wars 1. I don't know how similar Guild Wars 2 was to Guild Wars 1. But that would be the reference point that I have. I'll definitely get back in and check it out, base. Right now I just got to get to level 70 in Burning Crusade, so I'm raid ready. Definitely a ploy. You too, base. Guild Wars 2 is very basic compared to 1. They sacrificed a lot of build customizations to focus on becoming a meta build MMO. Really? More basic than Guild Wars 1. That's interesting. Only ever played Guild Wars 1, got bored of it? Yeah. I got pretty bored of it too. That said, I was playing with a pretty small group. And I wasn't really into PvP at the time. I didn't really get PvP in fantasy games for a while. Really wasn't until World of Warcraft Battlegrounds that I really got into PvP. I got into ESO PvP for a little while. But again, that freaking light attack waving just got to me. So then I switched to healing, but I didn't have to worry about it. But nice. I did a little bit of it. Like, endgame, PvP was it for Guild Wars 1. If I remember correctly. Like, there wasn't anything else to do. I mean, it's PvP's the end game in packs, too. That's probably why, P-Wolf. What's up, Code? Nash, you there? I was wondering if you've played first-person shooters. Where the hell does Zinley go? This guy's literally going to chase all across the map. He really doesn't want to get caught. Project Gnome, I probably missed you by now, but have a good night, man. Out of Claude credits? Yeah, I know the feeling. Nah, one. There's no horses in this game. But never stick to WoW mine bullets. It's, I don't know, man. It scratches an itch for me. After I play it for a while, I swear I'll never play it again. And then 10 years later, there's still not a better game out. I will say I only feel that way about Classic WoW. I cannot stand retail WoW. Vanilla, Burning Crusade, and Wrath. Those are the only good expansions. And Vanilla was really the best by far. Kata onward. Nah. It lost its wonder by then. Yeah, we got Tauntus. There ain't nobody getting away. I tried the Mist remix when it came out, Wolf, and I'm like, yeah, this is why I didn't play it originally. Now we're going to get the big tree. Only 2 of these puppies spawn per week. So anybody who frequents this channel on Saturdays has seen plenty of these things got cut down by now. Our clan has gotten every big tree since the end of the first week that they released this content. Well, our alliance. Can't say our clan. Our alliance has gotten every single one of them. We've been contested on quite a few of them. Hey Cody, you at Saris? You need gear? Okay. I'm just making sure. I'm on my way to the big tree. Yeah, I don't have any gear on me, but I'll get you some if you need. Alright. Alright. Dude, when you finally caught that guy, he died so fast. Oh. Now you know why they call us a running simulator. Mr. Daniel, appreciate you stopping by. Oh my gosh. Could somebody res Grollo? Thank you. I looked away for a moment. It was the wrong moment to look away. I freaking dove off that cliff because I was typing in clan chat. Somebody was just saying goodbye for the evening, and I just wanted to do a little salute. And by the time it took me to get that salute and look over at the chat box, I look back and I'm freaking halfway down the cliffside. I auto run entirely too much. But you can't blame me, man. For as much running as in this game, auto run is the key. Don't text and drive? Yeah, you're absolutely right. This your first time coming out to the live stream, Dan? First time seeing PAX Day too, huh? It's fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy the PvP. Sadly, we don't get enough of it. But, we hit all our goals. We took the enemies out. We have gotten most of the small trees. We got all the mediums. We got the large. It was a damn good evening for wood. Outside of gaming and coding, do I have any other hobbies? Not right now, Wolf. Holy crap. I am consumed with building this application. This community platform that I'm building is consuming my life at the moment. I'm not even really playing that many games. I'm mostly coding. But normally, let's see. I don't know. I would say my hobbies are all around gaming too, just not computer gaming. I'm a freaking gamer, dude. When I'm not computer gaming, I like board games, card games. I've been known to play a lot of Magic the Gathering in my life. I get into all like the really super nerdy board games. I could show you a bunch of them. around here. I'm usually browsing for board games on like Kickstarter and stuff. I love people that are trying to make new board games. I have 2 kids, so they occupy a lot of my time. I'm just the old family man, you know what I mean? Like playing board games with them. I don't have a whole lot of family in the area, but we get together once in a while. If I read, I'm usually reading about technology. I volunteer. I do some audio video work. So, which, you know, helped me a little when I started the YouTube thing. I mean, I guess that's another hobby outside of gaming and coding, is recording videos, which involves a lot of editing and sound work and video work, and so that's a whole nother thing I'm learning, and have been learning, and still learning. Be surprised at how much goes into it. Like, typically, a 30-minute video will take me about, I don't know, 4 to 6 hours to make. That's recording, editing, descriptions, thumbnails, like all that stuff. I'd be surprised at how long it takes. That's why at most I'm putting out, well, it depends. Like, all the videos are different. Like, a reaction video is a way easier to do. That's why when, you know, I've done some reaction videos, and sometimes I mean, a lot of people seem to like them, but some people will get a little testy about reaction videos, and they'll be like, you do too much reaction content or whatever. I'm like, as if that's preventing the other content, but that is not how it works. Like, reaction videos are the fastest thing to put out, so sometimes I'll especially lean into them if I don't have time to do the other kind of video. So it's like, if I don't put the reaction video out, there just wouldn't be any video, because I just don't have time that week. Like this past week, you might have noticed all the videos I put out this past week were just clips of my last live stream. One, because we did a lot of clippable stuff last Saturday. Now, this Saturday did not work out that way. I don't know if I'll clip anything out of this one. But it saved me a bunch of time last week. Just being able to clip those, that was a lot lower effort, and it freed up a lot of time for the coding that I've been obsessed with. Now, next week I would like to do some more edited videos. So, you know, that'll take more time. But between this passion project I'm working on, gaming, family, I run a gaming community, so that takes a lot of my time. You would be surprised at how much time that takes. There's just so much that goes into that. Managing the Discord server, and, you know, I do a lot of interviews of people applying to the community and all that stuff. And then the YouTube stuff, yeah, I really don't have time for like an actual hobby. Like probably something you would define as like a healthy hobby. I don't have time for that. Yeah, it does take up a lot of time. Played Twilight Imperium for the first time last weekend. That was nuts. 2 full-size tables and 14 hours to play. Holy crap. I've never even heard of that, Dan. That sounds like a lot of fun. Running a gaming community is a job itself. It absolutely is. Yeah, and on top of all that, I got my full-time job, so. Not enough time in the day. That is for sure. All right, what's going on? What's going on? Oh shit, let's go. Oh, did I miss it? It's just one guy? Was it just one guy? What the hell? What would possess one guy to try to storm the castle? Yeah, I made a lot of progress on the wait, what? Alright. We gotta fight. Let's go fight. Photography is my thing. You code, Wolf? I didn't know you were a dev. What kind of software you write? Small web apps for work, front end, back end. That's awesome. That's how I got started. Let's go, Taunus. Yeah, I made a lot of progress over the past 2 weeks on the community platform. Had some pretty big breakthroughs on the voice portion this week. It's coming together real nice. Yeah, sure. When you suffer a PvP death in this game, 40% of your gear is immediately destroyed and it drops as gear fragments, which are useless in the game. Some people will just discard them, but I keep those things, man. It's like the blood of your enemies, you know what I mean? Your kingdom for a chainsaw? Hell yeah. Personal last project I made was a digital dice roller. Small pocket watch-sized device based off on Raspberry Pi and an LCD touchscreen. That's badass, dude. You play a lot of board games or like tabletop RPGs or what, Wolf? We just expanded our community with a whole tabletop section. We stood up a second dedicated Discord server to tabletop gaming. And we have a bunch of people in there now doing just virtual tabletop gaming sessions. Pretty awesome. Getting a lot of good feedback on it. People are really enjoying it. Once again, I'll put the links to our community servers in here. You have a D&D group that plays every now and then? Cool. Very cool. Wood on the stump. Wood on the stump. Wood on the stump. I need 2 more wood. There we go. I got it. All right, we're good. That's fine. The other thing in this game is whenever you are carrying this special wood, you cannot fast travel. Oh, I need to carry this shit to town and get it deposited for safekeeping. Thanks, appreciate the vote of confidence, Steel. They're laughing at me on Discord. They said there are some cliffs along the way, so they think that somebody needs to accompany me. Yes, Dan, that's basically the game. And now that I have the wood, I get to run some more. I got a guy on the road by a girl though. I could use another one here to help. Yeah, we can get. I only saw one iron bank. I'm on the road. I am on the road. He's coming at me. There you are. Up this way. Oh, he's freaking naked. I didn't see that he was naked from a distance. Sorry, I just didn't want to risk the wood. Got any commander decks? What do you mean commander decks? What's that? You talking about Magic? That's probably around the time I stopped playing Wolf. But I still have my entire collection. I have a pretty, I don't know, large is relative. But I have a sizable collection, and I still break it out and play it. I don't add cards to it anymore, but I still play it. Not all the time. Like, it'll sit there and collect dust for a few years, and then we'll break it out, and my wife and I will just play it for a few weeks. You know what I mean? Like, we'll get like really into it again for a little while. Just using the old cards. I have so many cards that we can build new decks just off the cards I have. You know, shit like that. Pretty cool. I was really into it for a while. I think my collection's worth a good bit of money now because just off dual lands alone, I bought a lot of dual lands back in the day because whenever I was playing, every deck I built had 8 to 12 dual lands in it because they were only 20 bucks a piece. Sorry, not 8 to 12. Yeah, well, 4 to 8, I would say. Dual lands per deck. And yeah, I got them at the card shop, 20 bucks a piece for dual lands, and now those things sell for several hundred. I mean, some of them are what, like 700 bucks? I don't even know how many I have, probably. I don't know. 40, 50 dual lands? Something like that. That's just my dual lands. I don't even know what else I have that might be worth some money. But I just can't imagine ever selling them. Do I have spare food in here? I'm running out of food. No. still have all your MTG stuff too? Shelved it since the last time we played, but kept it all? Hell yeah. Nice, Wolf. Maybe someday we'll have to have a MTG reunion. Well. I believe what happened. Nice. Yeah, me too, P-Wolf. I'm about to wrap up here. Anytime, dude. Really appreciate you being here every week. Have a wonderful evening. Everybody else, I think we're gonna pack it in for the night. Really appreciate everybody who was here. I was talking to the stream, not you. Sorry, Vic. Rigsy, I didn't even see you there. Thanks for coming out. I'm gonna go power Saris. Later, one pimpin'. You never told me what you meant by commander deck. What's a commander deck? Microsoft Flight Sim. Nice, dude. I've always wanted to play that on like a really good rig, but I've never had the chance to play it. Remember that. Remember when MTV played music videos? I think they might have still existed if they played music videos. In case you don't know, I do this every Saturday. Usually, my goal is to start between 2 and 4, but it's usually between 4 and 5. It has been, but I'm gonna try to get that cleaned up. But really appreciate everybody being here. Would love to see you back out next Saturday. Until then, let's go pick fights or something dumb. There's nobody to pick fights with, Zen. The only bad guys are going to sleep. I would duel you, Zen, but I'm a healer. That's gonna suck for me. Anyway, good night, everybody. Until the next time, take care, and Grollo out.